It's Christmas Day. It's Christmas Day. It's Christmas Day. It's Christmas Day.
ago. I just buy you diamonds. Thing I get was a car. Was a car.
that up. The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of December 13th, 2024 is hereby called to order. I think we're having some challenges with one of our screens. So are we good on the media side, external? Yes. Continue? Thank you. All right, well, good morning, everyone. And of course, today marks my last hearing as the chair of the Budget Appropriations and Finance Committee. And I am deeply grateful to the people of the Virgin Islands for their trust and support. Together, we have passed laws that have made a real difference in this committee in the lives of every single Virgin Islander. I wish to share just a quick highlight of some of the accomplishments that we've made here in this committee together. So I am proudest of passing over $2 billion in funding for government operations and community services. And for the first time in decades, this committee passed a budget that included revenue-generating bills to support our budget projections. So I want to congratulate my colleagues of this committee for that. We've reformed the budget process to prioritize funding for essential government and non-governmental services. As we know that government can't do everything, so we have to ensure that we are able to support our nonprofits. We've also appropriated significant funding for Medicare, healthcare centers, hospitals, road repairs, education facilities, and funding, of course, for early childhood initiatives. Together, in this committee, we secured funding for our utility system while demanding oversight from our public utility. We also passed landmark legislation that funded or adopted territorial agricultural plan that supports our farmers and fishermen. And we have funded the rehabilitation of the Kings Alley, the development of the Estate Nazareth Sports Complex, and the St. John Cultural Center. And colleagues, we have also secured funding for government employees and retirees to receive their retroactive pay. And it is my fervent hope that we will see that the funding that we've set aside, that the retirees and government employees will receive their retroactive in short order. But we've done so much more. And if I was to sit here today and talk about all that we've done in this committee, we'll be here till late evening. So colleagues, I am proud of what we've achieved together. And I want to say thank you to all of you for supporting the work. It is clear we work together with a shared vision for the Virgin Islands. We make great progress. We've made great progress. Of course, we don't always agree, but our hearts are in the same place and we want the same things for the people of the Virgin Islands. And as long as we remain focused on doing what's right for the people, we can never, ever go wrong. I want to give a special thank you to my dedicated staff and the Legislature's central staff for their professionalism and hard work. With pride and gratitude, I say for the last time, the Committee on Budget Appropriations, and I'm a punk gavel again. The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance is hereby called to order. All right. So yes, good morning again, and today we have good business. So I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk to please call the roll.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Present. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Here. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Here. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Present.
Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Madam Chair, 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Letter dated December 13, 2024. Dear Madam Chairperson Fred Gregory, Please accept this letter as a formal notice that I will be late attending the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance scheduled for today, Friday, December 13, 2024, on St. Thomas. I will attend the Fire Emergency Service ceremony on St. Croix and will join the Finance Committee meeting immediately thereafter. Respectfully, Javon E. James Sr., Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated December 13, 2024. Dear Chairwoman Fred Gregory, I am writing to extend my sincere apologies for my absence at the start of today's December 13, 2024 Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance meeting scheduled for 10 a.m. at the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Chambers. Unfortunately, a prior scheduled meeting has extended beyond the allotted time. I apologize for any inconvenience my tardiness may cause and look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your understanding and consideration in this matter. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes today's correspondence, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have established a quorum. I'm going to ask that you read today's agenda into the record.
The 35th Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will meet Friday, December 13th, 2024 at 10 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Block 1, Financial Update from the West Indian Company Limited for fiscal year 2024 and Financial Overview of fiscal year 2025. Invited testifier, Mr. Anthony Ottley, President and CEO, West Indian Company Limited. Block 2, Bill number 350108, an act appropriation 20 million from the settlement agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and the estate of Jeffrey E. Epstein, Darren K. Indike, in his individual capacity and in his capacity as the co-executor for the estate of Jeffrey E. Epstein and administrator of the 1953 Trust, Richard D. Kahn, in his individual capacity and in his capacity as co-executor of the estate of Jeffrey E. Epstein and administrator of the 1953 Trust, the 1953 Trust, Plan D, LLC, Great St. James, LLC, Nautilus, Inc., Hyperion Air, LLC, Poplar, Inc., Southern Trust Company, Inc., Maple, Inc., and Laurel, Inc., collectively defendants to the Department of Public Works for the design and construction of a nursing home on St. Croix and a nursing home on St. Thomas, proposed by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Invited testifiers are Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, Department of Finance, Honorable Avril George, Commissioner, Department of Human Services, Mr. Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director, VI Housing Authority, Mr. Angel Dawson Jr., Chief Executive Officer, Government Employees Retirement System. Block 3, Bill number 350423, an act approving the Fifth Amendment to lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Coral World VI Inc. to extend the lease term, provide for additional rent, and incorporate 2 surveys reflecting the meets and bounds description of the leased premises, proposed by Senate President Novelle Francis Jr. on behalf of the Governor. Invited testifiers are Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement, Honorable Jean Pierre Aurel, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and Ms. Gertrude Pryor, President, Coral World VI Inc. Bill number 350414, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Submarine Base Warehouse, LLC, for parcels numbers 12, 12A, and 145, Consolidated Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for the purpose of bulk storage, establishing a slate of subtenants on the premises, parking, and other permitted purposes. Proposed by Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr. on behalf of the Governor. Invited testifiers are Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement, and Enrique Rodriguez, Managing Member, Submarine Base Warehouse, LLC. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So this morning we're going to hear from the West Indian Company Limited, and we also have 3 other measures that's before us. We have 2 lease agreements and 1 bill that's before this committee today. We do have the testifiers here from the leadership here from the West Indian Company, and I'm certain that they are ready to proceed. I'm going to ask the West Indian Company to please put your names and titles on the record. We're going to start with Mr. Anthony Ottley.
Good morning, Senator. Thanks. Anthony A. Ottley, Interim President and CEO of the West Indian Company Limited.
Charlene Turnbull, Chief Financial
One second. Please recognize the mic of the testifiers. The mics. Proceed.
Charlene Turnbull, Chief Financial Officer, West Indian Company Limited.
You have to speak up. We can't hear you.
Charlene Turnbull, Chief Financial Officer, the West Indian Company Limited.
Is that Sabina?
Mark Sabino, Director Marine and Cruise Services, West Indian Company.
All right. Thank you for being here. And, of course, for the entire year of 2024, we did not hear from the West Indian Company. We went through our budget process, and usually we would call all entities inclusive of government instrumentalities. So that's why you're here today. So we're going to hear your test. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chairwoman, 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr., Vice Chair, committee members, other senators present, legislative staff, media, viewing and listening public, good morning and season's greetings. I am Anthony A. Ottley, Interim President and CEO of the West Indian Company Limited. With me this morning is Mrs. Charlene Turnbull, CFO, and Mr. Mark Sabino, Director of Marine Operations and Cruise Services. Thank you for the invitation to provide testimony on WICO's fiscal year 2024-25 financial overview, the status of our pilot, and our capital projects. As owner and manager of the territory's premier cruise ship docking facility and a key contributor to the U.S. Virgin Islands economy, WICO appreciates the opportunity to also officially inform the public about the upcoming cruise season and the state of cruise tourism in the USVI. 2 months into the 24-25 cruise season, the West Indian Company Limited continues to experience challenges with limited berthing capacity due to the increased size of the ships and restrictions resulting from delayed harbor maintenance dredging. This cruise season's passenger count is projected to remain well below the 1.7 million visitors of our 2004-2005 banner season. As of today, we have 286 confirmed berthing requests with an expected 980,000 visitors, slightly above the 283 calls for 2024. Based on 2024 Cruise Line International Industry Report, also known as CLIA, this could potentially result in more than $162 million in passenger spending that would benefit the territory's economy. The USVI continues to be a leader in the industry with the second highest average passenger spend of $166, behind Panama with $191, and ahead of St. Martin, which has an average spend of $163. Of the 31 common destinations in the Caribbean, the USVI ranks number 3 in total passenger spend, behind the Bahamas with $655 million and Cozumel with $483 million. The USVI has almost $260 million annually. Senators, since assuming this office, I have consistently expressed cautious optimism about each cruise season. With more ships requesting berths at the Waiko dock and ships arriving at near full capacity, barring unforeseen circumstances, it is quite possible that Waiko once again may welcome more than 1 million cruise passengers to the USVI during the 25-26 cruise season. We continue to remain optimistic as interest in berthing at Waiko remains high. Based on book calls for the 25-26 cruise season, Waiko estimates operating revenue to be $9.2 million, a slight increase of 3% over operating revenues of 2024 in the amount of $8.9 million. It is also anticipated that operating expenses will increase by 3% in line with increases in operating revenue and the projected inflation or CPI rate of 2.6%. With year-over-year increases in operating revenue and expenses, Waiko's financial bottom line flatlines for 24 to 25 with a net change in operating losses of $3,000. Our capital improvements outlined in Attachment B, Waiko's 3-year capital improvement plan will be funded from cash, grants, and other remaining bond proceeds. Our aging dock and infrastructure are largely responsible for Waiko's capital improvements being so costly. As such, long overdue upgrades to our dock, water pipes, security, HVAC, and telecommunication systems have become critical. Our most pressing project is the upgrade of subsurface water pipes to mitigate 15 years of periodic pipe ruptures. Although several improvements have been made above ground, our subsurface cast iron water pipes have not been upgraded since the mid-1900s and are now badly corroded. To date, we have successfully separated Waiko's water system from that of the Government Employees Retirement System. Though both entities now have independent water feeds from WAPA and meters, we can serve as each other's backup in an emergency. We have reduced our water losses to an acceptable level, and there will be further reductions when we conclude our water system upgrade. Waiko will then be able to bunker ships positioned at the inner berth of the dock. We also have a signed MOU with GERS to be able to provide water to ships docked at our inner berth position. Waiko's $1.5 million in marine and dock-related projects to replace several fenders, renovate and expand our excursion dock, and install 2 additional bollards are both timely and essential now that the Virgin Islands Port Authority has announced plans to begin the overdue dredging of the Charlotte-Amalia Harbor's access channel, turning basin, and the Waiko cruise ship berthing area in 2025. Our land-based projects will complement the dredging and prepare our dock to safely receive the new generation of larger class ships, which now dwarf those introduced 20 years ago. Once completed, the dredging project will improve the safety of the territory's most historic commercial dock and increase immediate and long-term revenue to the public and private sectors from additional day visitors. Completing the Charlotte-Amalia dredging project may also aid in increasing Waiko's revenue by allowing us to position larger ships at the inner berth where we currently are restricted from positioning. The Waiko pilot, which is the payment in lieu of taxes, currently exceeding $10 million, has been an embarrassment to the company and has become a matter of serious concern during our audits. Additionally, the debt has had a detrimental effect on our credit rating and our ability to borrow from financial institutions. I have submitted an updated comprehensive pilot payment reduction explanation. This explanation accurately details the series of extreme man-made, natural, global, and local events over the past 18 years that have led to the accumulation of our pilot debt. To summarize, the development and opening of Crown Bay's Austin Bay Monsanto Marine Terminal resulted in a transfer of significant amount of ship calls from WICO to Crown Bay. This reduced operating revenue and directly contributed to the company's inability to meet our annual pilot. The 2007 to 2010 Great Recession, the missed opportunity to dredge to receive the Oasis of the Seas in 2007, legal challenges and lack of community support for the Long Bay Landing Pier, which was in 2015, the effects of Hurricanes Irma and Maria, the termination of the GERS Havenside Mall management contract, the COVID-19 global pandemic, and the continued diversion of head tax revenues further exacerbate our inability to meet our annual pilot obligation. For several years, WICO's requests, initially for redress and most recently for debt forgiveness, have sought to correct three miscalculations by previous legislative bodies. First, not instituting the original pilot based on a formula tied to revenues realized. Three pieces of legislation over 5 years first created, then increased WICO's pilot obligation until the company was paying up to $1 million per year to the government of the Virgin Islands. Our ability to meet the $1 million payment correlated with WICO being the main cruise ship port and to Crown Bay's use as a spillover. During that time, ships were also berthing in the inner and outer harbor. The second and perhaps most impactful miscalculation was in not reducing the pilot to an amount the company could afford. After Crown Bay opened, WICO's pilot was reduced by 30%, specifically from $1 million to $700,000, to reflect the 30% loss in ship calls. A $300,000 reduction did not accurately reflect our losses, since 30% fewer ships equated to between $1.7 million and $2.3 million in lost revenues from tariffs and fees, while expenses remained pretty much the same. That miscalculation resulted in WICO's inability to make its pilot. The third misstep, which also proved costly, was the 15-year delay in reducing the pilot from $700,000 to a figure that better reflected the industry's changes and the USVI's cruise tourism landscape. Since the pilot was reduced to $700,000 for the past 18 years, every WICO president appeared multiple times before the legislature to appeal for a reduction and forgiveness with no success. Almost 2 decades of delays have brought us to a point where even leveraging the current $5.5 million value of Estate Katerinburg Mansion against the $11 million debt will leave WICO with an insurmountable balance that will keep growing annually and continue to negatively affect our credit rating despite promising future cruise seasons. Our auditors are questioning whether or not WICO can remain a going concern considering the size of the outstanding liability. As promising as the season appears on paper, the events of 2017 and 2020 have taught us that nothing is guaranteed. WICO's pilot explanation, which was included in our submittal, offers recommendations to resolve the pilot conundrum, which includes dispensation of the current balance owed and future obligation until WICO is on a more stable financial footing. While settling the pilot issue and completing the dredging project will assist in resolving some of the most pervasive hindrances to WICO's progress and threats to its financial stability, the board and I are doing our part to move the company forward. We will continue to aggressively market available berths at the WICO dock to our existing cruise partners and new lines and subsidiaries with smaller luxury vessels that appeal to affluent cruise travelers. Regarding port development, WICO is continuing discussions with cruise partners on potential development opportunities. We also focus on diversifying our offerings on the dock as travelers are more interested in cultural experiences and unique, locally made items than in luxury goods. Funding, approvals, and permits have been secured to begin the Charlotte Amalia Harbor dredging project, and we now have the opportunity for legislative remedies to correct past errors and lay the foundation for a more prosperous future for the West Indian Company Limited and the territory. I extend the company's deepest appreciation to Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources Coastal Zone Management Commission, the Army Corps of Engineers, the Virgin Islands Port Authority, and of course the 35th Legislature for assistance, actions, and advocacy on WICO's behalf, especially within the past 2 years. I take this opportunity to now offer my sincere gratitude and that of our Board of Directors to our team of men and women of the West Indian Company Limited for their service and commitment to the company. Thank you, Team WICO, for your time, effort, and expertise that have brought us to this point, and for everything you do to keep WICO clean, safe, repaired, successful, and efficient. Senator Fred Gregory, I would like to personally congratulate you on your accomplished time in the legislature, and I wish you much success in your future endeavors. Senators, I remain available to fully address any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your kind words. All right, colleagues, we've heard from the leadership of the West Indian Company, and I'm certain that we have questions. So we're going to go to A4. Oh, good morning, Senator DeGraff. Please mark Senator DeGraff as present. Thank you for being here, Senator. All right, so we're going to go to a 4-minute round. And before we begin, I know that, just full disclosure, Mr. Ottley has shared some information. There's been lots of discussion around the pilot, and it's a discussion that needs to be had, and we all come to a final resolve on the direction, a final agreement on the direction that we should go as it relates to the pilot. What is the pilot? 7 million? The obligation is how much million? 5 million?
No, at this point it's 10.6.
No, that's the outstanding amount.
Outstanding.
What's the annual
Annually,
obligation?
700,000.
Oh, sorry. That's right. Come on. y'all have it. Y'all $700,000. Okay. So before I go to my colleagues, I've looked at your unaudited statement of revenues, expenses, and your change in your net position. And your operating expenses, your revenues are showing. Let's just go to 24. You have your 25 projections, but let's go over to your 24 numbers. You have $8.9 million in fees and for services in FY24. First of all, what's your fiscal year? Period.
October to September.
Okay, so you have a similar fiscal year like the government, right?
Correct.
So 8.9 million, and then your cost of services is 5.6, and your administrative expenses is 822,000. So your depreciation is 2.9 million. If you back out your depreciation, your depreciation is not cash, right?
Correct.
Right? Right, Ms. Tombo?
Correct.
Yeah, so this is a hard sell for me. The depreciation is in cash. It just shows the depreciation of your properties. So before depreciation, you actually have a $3 million plus surplus. Actually more than $3.5 million surplus at WICO. So the depreciation, we can't count the depreciation as your expenses because it's not hard cash. You do that for your books. So y'all are selling us some thing that we can't buy. You have your interest expenses, all that I appreciate. But at the end of the day, your depreciation is your Achilles heel. But that's not actual cash coming out of your bank. So at the end of the day, if you take depreciation away, you actually have $3-point-something million in profit at the end of the year. So explain to me.
Okay.
So we need to get a pilot. We do. As a matter of fact, in FY 2025, we included a pilot. I mean, we're not asking you to, yeah, we balance our budget with the pilot. So I'm not sure why WICO would be holding on to the pilot. When was the last time y'all paid the pilot?
We paid the pilot in 2019.
So you paid it in 2019. So you haven't paid it in, how much years that is?
5 years.
You didn't pay it in 5 years. So you haven't paid in all of this administration. But you could pay it. You can pay it. So why are you not paying it? I thought it was $5-10 million. I was saying $7 million in my mind. I don't know where I get it from my $700,000. So I'm still not understanding why WICO is unable to pay its pilot to the people of the Virgin Islands. This is a hard one for me. I mean, when I would ask my colleagues as I'm exiting the legislature to ask WICO to provide their financial statements from 2019 and forward. I mean, I'm certain there's a period where we should be considering forgiveness because we experienced COVID, right? Mm-hmm. So during that COVID period, certainly it was a difficult time. Ships were not coming to the territory, so right. Clearly, I see where there's an opportunity to consider forgiveness. But y'all continue to talk about the forgiveness of this pilot, but I don't see why, because your net position is your net, but you got back out your $2.9 million, and that brings you right back to $3 million in surplus.
Well, Senator, let me mention a few things that have happened since we're going back to 2019. Of course, in 2020, we had the situation with COVID where we lost ships for 18 months. What happened during that time, we depleted all of our reserves with our financial institution, and we ended up going to the bond market in 2022. And one of our biggest challenges now, of course, is dealing with our debt to our bondholders. So that has become an extreme challenge with us because of the fact that we also had to, in refinancing, we had to replenish those reserves. So we ended up, having to borrow a bit more than we would have liked. But of course, in the essence of that, we needed to look towards the future in case there was some other pandemic or that comes along the line. So there is a situation that we're still on, rebounding from those years. Like I mentioned, back in 2006 going forward, we've had the situation where when we were the only dock where the ships would come first, we would end up, Crown Bay would be a spillover dock. So when we lost those ships, from that point is when it became a challenge for us. So we continue, we have capital projects that we also included that we have a classic example right now. We have a situation where we're considering actually replacing just about all of our fenders due to the fact.
So hold tight, hold tight. This statement of revenues is where is your capital projects in this? What's your capital obligation?
We submitted our capital improvement plan. We submitted that to you.
So in FY24, what was your spend on capital projects? And what is your current reserves? Because the information that we have is not inclusive of that. And now we're gonna go ahead, move forward. Why I don't want to pay the government?
Excuse
Y'all can
me?
pay it. Y'all can pay this bill. Y'all can pay this bill with your eyes closed. You can. Your net deficit less your depreciation and amortization could cover this bill. Ms. Turnbull, what advice you giving them?
Okay, first of all, the purpose of depreciation is to be able to...
We need to hear you.
The purpose of depreciation is to be able to reserve
You
funds.
gotta speak louder.
Still? I'm so
Yes,
sorry.
please.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Yes.
Okay. The purpose of depreciation is to reserve funds for capital projects.
Mm-hmm.
So to look at it in that light, like, yes, we probably are just about breaking even in terms of cash. However, you do need that reserves for capital projects, which is not reflected in your statement of net revenues. That's first of all.
Mm-hmm.
You asked previously what our spend was in fiscal year 2024. It was approximately around $100,000
In capital projects.
in capital projects.
And what's your current reserves?
Our current reserves is about $7 million in restricted cash.
Say it again.
About $7 million in restricted cash.
And the restricted cash is tied to?
The bond.
So the bond. So your bond obligation per annum is annually?
Bond obligation at this point is $3.3 million, but is scheduled to go up as we're going to be paying principal. So it will be around $3.5 million.
So there is a requirement on your bond to hold $7 million in your restricted account to make sure that you're able to cover the bond?
Correct.
So it's 2 times? 2
One.
times? 1.5 times? 2 times.
Correct.
You say 7 million, 2 times. Correct? Give or take, almost
Correct.
2 times. What's the requirement? Let me ask that question straight up because I want a straight answer. Is it 1 time? Is it 2 times? Is it 3 times? Meaning, the question is the coverage. So your bond obligation per annum is 3.3 million.
Correct.
So what is the indenture agreement? What's the coverage?
I believe it's 2 times.
What's
But
the coverage?
I'll
1.5. It's usually 1.5 times.
oh, if you're talking about debt service coverage ratio,
Yes.
it's 1.25.
Right. So you have. So if it's 1.25. So in your reserve, you have much more money. You have significant cash in your reserves. Is there anything else that you need reserved to? Is there any other requirement for your reserves?
Okay, so in terms of the debt service coverage ratio, it's more or less related to the cash that you collect in that particular fiscal year, covering your debt service,
Right.
not necessarily your reserves.
Right.
Now, the
Right.
purpose of your reserves, of course, is in case you run into a financial difficulty, that you do have funds to function, which you would have to replenish at a later point, in addition to your capital reserves and your operating reserves. So I think we're more or less talking about 2 different things.
Right.
Not really. My primary concern is your ability. You have not proven that you are unable to pay the government the $700,000 pilot. That you have not proven that out based on the statements that's before us, and based on the reserves, and based on the amount that. What is your capital obligation for fiscal year 25? What is your capital project budget for 25?
$2.5 million.
So you have a capital budget of 2.5, and you're looking to, your depreciation has gone up to 2.9. 2.9. projection, 3 million.
Right.
And last year, so you have funding sitting from the previous year, because you only spent 100,000. So again, I'm gonna say it again. You have available resources to provide, to pay for the pilot. I think to ask for forgiveness, I think the forgiveness needs to be considered for the years when there was COVID, and if there needs to be a discussion around lowering the pilot, then we could have that discussion. But I don't know that the pilot should go away, because there is an opportunity. There is opportunity in that the industry is in fact growing, and at the end of the day, government resources have to be provided for services, and you should play a role in that. I just don't believe that. I mean, I don't know where my colleagues are on that, but I don't believe that you should have your pilot removed. I could see the forgiveness for the previous years in instances once you provide your financial statements, etc., and you spend. But in the instance where there is the matters around COVID and the lack of revenues. But I'm gonna move on to the first senator. Ready? I'm gonna move on to Senator Novelli Francis Jr., our Senate President, and the Vice Chair of this committee. Yes. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. And of course, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. So Mr. Ottley, I know that there was notice sent out in November that you were stepping down from the position. What is your current position within WICO, or are you on a day-to-day, or what's happening in that space?
Current position, interim president and CEO.
Okay. So you just on a day-to-day, you don't know, what is your fate? You don't really know, you just waiting for some notice, or what's happening?
Well, the board has sent out notice to hire a president and CEO. So in the meantime, I'll be
You continue
acting,
to act
correct.
and that's it until that time. Fine. So what is the total asset of WICO at this time?
Total assets are around $53 million.
$53 million. And is the asset insured?
Yes, Senator.
At what cost? For the entire amount?
That's correct.
Okay, great. So in this whole discussion about the pilot, because we have had this discussion for several years, and you're correct about that, what do you believe is reasonable for you to pay? I mean, while there is a $700,000 annual cost association, what do you believe WICO is in a position to handle?
Well, Senator, to be frank and honest with you, we're asking, at least until WICO gets on a more firmer footing. Normally, like I mentioned, we used to collect 1.7 million. That dropped to around 1.1 to 1.2 million. Since 2020, we have not even broken 1 million passengers as yet. So we're still in a very precarious position as a company. So, you know, we're looking at to be able to sort of get it, have it be zero for now, at least until we get to that 1.1, $1.2 million spot where we'll be able to afford.
So you're starting at ground zero, so there's no room for negotiation here. You're simply saying that just obliterate or defer the total amount.
That's correct.
That's what you're asking for.
That's what we're asking for.
Okay. Under Act, I think it was 8053, there was some agreement made to offset the pilot by whatever repairs or capital improvement has been done to Katerinburg. Have there been any capital improvement to actually offset some of that pilot?
There are expenses that we continue to pay, not as much as we've done in the past. Currently, we have a lease with Office of the Governor for Katerinburg, and you know, I congratulate and thank this administration because of much of the expenses that we've been paying for the property in past years or past administrations. This current administration is taking on those expenses as laid out in the lease. So we continue to pay not as much in expenses because we get the aid of the Office of the Governor for the space, but of course there are still expenses that we pay.
So you just make an argument that there is some possibility for you to be able to pay some of the pilot because that has been offset as well by the administration.
Well-
did you receive any fundings through APR?
We did.
How much?
I think it was
$4 million.
$4 million.
$4 million. Did you get any money through the PPP program?
We did.
How much was that?
717,000.
717,000.
717,000.
Have you had any cause to eliminate or any of your employees?
Well, no, not at this point. What ended up happening with the loss in ships,
1 minute.
we ended up having to furlough employees. The good thing is because of the PPP program, we were able to come back and make them whole. But we ultimately, because we weren't able to, we act as a private corporation and we weren't able to come in here and ask for money from the government, we ended up furloughing employees for 3-day work weeks and then 4-day work weeks. But we were able, because of PPP, to make everybody
30
back home.
seconds.
Have there been any, you spoke about your significant reduction in terms of the amount of passengers. I think it reduced to 980 from 1.7. Have there been any austerity measures taken as a result of that?
Well, what we've done is one of the challenges that adds to the problem is the dredging, like I mentioned. We're not able to move the ships, but what we've been doing is dancing the ships around on our dock to
Time.
minimize the amount of shallowing that has been happening at different parts of our dock until we can get the job done.
I was really referring to austerity measures taken in terms of your operating cost, any reduction in the operating cost consequential to this reduction.
Right. So what we've done is we've increased fees. We've lowered our expenses, doing more stuff in-house. We're also looking at diversifying our operations into the land that we have in doing new leases, development of our undeveloped land and stuff like that.
Real quickly, my time had been called, but just one final question, Madam Chair, is that you spoke about what I refer to as, you call it other offerings, and I had penciled down creativity and innovation, but you talk about focusing on diversifying our offerings on the dock. What are some of those offerings and diversification have you deployed?
Okay, so right now we're working on a redevelopment of the property. Hence why we've been having talks with cruise lines and preparing a package so that to offer to other investors to play a role in the new and improved WICO. Of course, that takes money, that takes revenues. So those are the challenges that we're having right now with that.
Can you point us to any of your current implemented offerings outside of what you're working on? Do you have anything that you have deployed at this time?
Okay, so what we've done is we've converted some of our warehouse space to offering for offices. We've converted some of our offices to warehouse space. Some of our laydown yard we're leasing now to different excursions, trying to increase the amount of offerings that we do have to passengers. So within the past 2 to 3 months, we're signing leases. We've signed leases with 2 new excursions, and we're looking at additional tenants for our butterfly garden and our warehouse space.
Very well, thank you. What is your employee population?
We are 32.
Correct.
32 employees.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you for your response.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. Let me just ask very quickly on the unaudited statement of revenues and expenses. I see a contribution to the government, what's that contribution? 652, 201.
That's your pilot offset by lodging expenses for,
So that's a pilot offset.
yes.
So I back they laughing at me because I said to y'all that you have 3.5 million, but you have you already took out the pilot as if you paid it because of course it's an obligation, right? It's a liability, correct? Correct?
Correct.
Right. So your surplus is over $4 million because you haven't paid the pilot. So if you back out the pilot, I agree that we're back to the 3.5.
Correct.
So-
So if I may, previously I said you're more or less breaking even, right? That's the 2.9 and the 650. That will get you right back to that 3.5, 3.6.
It's more than that.
Well, it's very close.
Okay.
One of the reasons, if I may respond to the question previously, is WICO is trying to move forward with investing in our infrastructure and adding new attractions and returning back to the premier facility that it was before. With the pilot crippling our finances, it hinders us from obtaining financing at a reasonable rate. So I think it would be better served if we would have a facility that would make us even more competitive with our Caribbean neighbors, being able to invest and upgrade the facility to bring even more visitors to our shores as our neighboring Caribbean islands are improving their facilities. We would like to also improve what we have to offer, but if we are losing money, regardless of whether you want to back out depreciation, then it cripples us from getting the financing that we need to invest in our facility. So, you know.
That's a good argument, but I am not buying that one because I'm seeing your financials in front of me. So I can't buy that as on its face value. I could buy it for the years where we were in COVID. And of course, based on your argument, it is a good argument. What WICO's responsibility should be with this particular ask is these are the things that we intend to do
Right.
over the period of whatever that is. So instead of asking for a permanent removal of the pilot, because by your own admission, you said you're a private instrument. What did you say? You're considered a
Private company.
private company. So private companies do what? They pay taxes. So you have to decide whether you'll be government or whether you'll be private. And you would have to come to this legislature, from my perspective, and say, look, these are the projects that we intend to, or these are the things that we intend to do to improve the product of WICO overall, and we need X number of years, so we're asking for this forgiveness for this period, but it has to start back. You can't get forgiveness infinitum. We have services that we provide to our community. We have the Medicaid program. In the beginning, you heard when I talked about it. We have those programs where we have to make sure that we are providing services to our constituents, our citizenry here in the territory. And WICO has to contribute, not only from the fact that visitors are spending X dollars and we are seeing Y dollars in our revenues, because the jury's still out on that as far as when we look at the gross receipts, et cetera, that's coming into the coffers, we're still being challenged with that. So WICO has to agree that bring the proposal to the legislature. We have to have a negotiated discussion around this. Bring your proposal. These are the things that we're going to do. We want a 5-year stay, if you will, or whatever that stay is. And over that period of time, these are the things that we're going to do to improve the product. And then we start back. But to just carte blanche say, we want a pilot that will be very irresponsible of me as a leader in this territory. That's not something that I can consider.
Okay, so Senator, let me address, I'm sorry, what you just said. It has never been WICO's intent to just not have a pilot forever or into perpetuity. It was just a request so that WICO can get back on stable footing. As I mentioned, as early as between 2012 and 2014, when WICO was making the 1.1 or 1.2 million passengers, if we look at just doing rough numbers, right now we're doing 900,000 plus. If we were to get another 100 to 200,000 passengers, we're talking an additional up to 1.4 million, which puts us in a better footing that we can go ahead and pay the pilot. Why you also see the pilot included in this is because of the fact that, our board has came to us as an entity and say, listen, we have to pay something. So we know that our intent is to pay, but we first need to be able to make the money and be able to have the funding to pay it. So it was never to be into perpetuity of a forgiveness. It's just so that we can get back to that 1.1 or 1.2 space so that we can afford to make a payment to the government.
But I have to go to the next sentence. You keep referring to the amount of passengers.
Correct.
That's your reference, but you're not referring to the amount of dollars. In talking about passengers, you have to equate it to money. And you're not equating it to money. You keep talking about you have to get back to 1.2 million passengers, whatever that number is. But it has to be equated back to money. I'm going to go to the next senator. This year, as I said to you, when we built our budget, we did not build a budget on 700,000. We built the budget on 500,000. We expect to get a check for 2024. We expect to get the check. Y'all need to send a check down to the Department of Finance. Vendors are not being paid in this territory. I'm sorry. The next senator is Senator Fonseca. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Senator Biden.
Oh, Senator Biden, point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Interim Director Ottley, let me ask you, because Ms. Turnbull spoke to the $2.5 million for capital improvement projects for 2025 budget. Based on what the conversation, those capital improvement projects, are they going to assist in terms of realizing greater revenues moving forward based on those projects that you're invested in terms of the property or whatever you're invested in? Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, it does speak to added revenue, but it is heavily dependent also on maintenance projects that needs to be done, which is more so we need to add some additional bollards. We also need to do some replacements of fenders based on the new class of ship that Norwegian has come out with, which is the Prima class. So we are doing repairs to our dock at this moment to pretty much get us by, but ultimately we're looking at upgrading the system, and all of this needs to be done going into the next century. So yes, it does have a certain portion for added revenues, but much of it has to do with, our deteriorating dock.
Thank you so much for that response. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and a pleasant good morning to everyone. Okay, WICO, welcome Mr. Ottley, Ms. Turnbull, and Mark Sabino. Mark Sabino is a decorated veteran, a Navy SEAL. That's right. We have before us today a Navy SEAL. We don't have many Virgin Islanders that are able to accomplish that rank. Congratulations. And I think you've been with WICO from a long, long time. Distinguished career at WICO. It's so good to have good employees, great employees like that working for the government. Ms. Turnbull, how long you been CFO in WICO?
Since May of 2022.
Since May of 2022. Okay. So there was a bond issuance of $51,572,500. You were around that time when that bond was done?
Bond was done in June of 2022, so yes, I was.
So yes, okay. So I noticed that you had to repay a loan of $41,680,19. So there was a payment to you of $9,892,481. What did WICO do with that $9.8 million? Can you provide that through the chair? Provide that information through the chair, because I don't want to waste time. You're delay. Okay, I want to go to another question here. You see, Madam Chair was just referring to it. You're talking about getting back to the 1.2 million passengers, but you're not receiving 1.2. You got 980,000 passengers. But look at this. Your costs have gone up. Your total operating expenses have gone up. So if you've lost a few 100,000 passengers, tell me why your operating costs are continuing to go up. Last year it was $9,414,000. This year, 24, is you're projecting 9.6, $282,000. Why are you projecting your operating costs going up when you're at a deficit? Okay, you're losing money, $495,000, but your operating costs continue to go up. As a matter of fact, if I divide that $9,697,015, your total projected operating expenses for this year, by your 32 employees, it's showing you are spending $303,032 per employee. That's very, very expensive that you're spending $303,000 average per the 32 employees. So the question is, what is the value of your Katrinaburg property?
$5.5 million.
5.5, and you owe the pilot, you owe about 10.6, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you see, WICO, by Act number 5826, was required to make an annual payment in lieu of taxes. That's the pilot, the annual payment in lieu of taxes. And your status is a public corporation. You're owned by the Public Finance Authority, which is a government agency. So I'm going to tell you, right? I don't see where I can ever approve or vote for approval to reduce or to forgive your pilot. Like Madam Chair said, we're expecting that money. You guys should write that check before the end of the year. The government needs that money. You guys have to pay that money. That is the reason why you've been organized. We reduced it, and you're still not paying it. When was the last time you made a payment to the pilot?
2019 for 2018.
I can't hear you.
2019 for 2018.
1 minute.
Pilot.
Well, Sapopa, 2019. You're a corporation that's bringing in revenues of $9.2 million. You have 32 employees. Your expenses are 9.6. This corporation, and I look at your audit, right? That's the reason why the auditors are concerned, okay? Before COVID came, you had a lot of cash. And are you went into that cash, and now it's gone. You borrowed the $52 million, and through the chair, I want you to give this committee a detail of what you did with that
30 seconds.
$9,892,481. This WICO is not properly managed. This is a poorly managed corporation that needs to make major changes. You guys have to pay that money to the government. You have to pay that money. That's the reason why it was structured like that. The government spent millions of dollars to buy this corporation, gave it to you without that overhead. We're paying you, we're amortizing your debt. And now you want to now not pay taxes? No, I can't approve that. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, viewing, listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Interim Director Ottley, Ms. Turnbull, and Mr. Sabito, and thank you so much for your testimony. WICO is managed by a board, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's where most of the blame should be laid on the board. Let me ask you though, in respect to that, because in the testimony it stated that the board and you are doing your part to move the company forward. What's being done to move the company forward in that respect? What does that look like? Moving the company forward in
First of
respect
all,
to dealing with your debt, etc. And you could put your name for the record before you speak, please.
Charlene Turnbull, Chief Financial Officer.
Ms. Thelma, I need to hear you, Dr. Bailey.
Charlene Turnbull, Chief Financial Officer. So first of all, the company has been feverishly working towards diversifying its revenue drivers.
Speak a little louder, please.
The company has been working towards diversifying its revenue drivers. We understand that we cannot live solely on passenger revenue because, as we know, we're in a volatile industry. And so from year to year, depending on the economy, depending on disposable income, we can see fluctuations in our passenger revenue. So previously, WICO managed GRS, which offered the GRS mall, let me correct that, which offered some reprieve from expenses and allowed us to operate with a little less restrictions. Right now, we are not that company. So we had to deal with several situations that caused us to be in the situation that we're in today. And I believe those were outlined in the testimony offered to you earlier. COVID, we had to deal with hurricanes. We had to deal with, at times, losing quite a bit of passengers to our sister Viper. And so with those things, initially the pilot was set up for a different company. We're not that company today. So we're looking at where we're at and considering diversifying and looking for other revenue opportunities.
You spoke to revenues. I'll get a chance to respond, but you spoke to revenues in respect to the cruise ships and providing them water. What type of revenue are we speaking to? How much money are we talking about?
That's like 300,000. It's not even $1 million on any given year. It fluctuates.
Okay, very well. You want to respond?
1
Ms. Adley?
minute.
Senator, let me. I sort of want to respond to something that was said before, so I don't want to take up your time on it. I'll reflect on that at a later time.
Okay, you can answer in the chair's time. That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, and let me ask before my time is up, right? You spoke to losing revenues to Crown Bay.
Correct.
How much revenue are we speaking of in
30
terms of
seconds.
annual basis?
When that initially happened, it ended up being somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.7 to $2.3 million.
1.7.
And it has continued.
1.7 to 2.3.
Correct.
That's a significant amount of money. So what's being done in that space, though, in respect to seeing how you can basically find a way to get some of those revenues back to WICO?
Well, when I mentioned that, that was starting back in 2006, because that was not an issue at that point. What we've not been able to do was to get back to those numbers. And as the Senate President mentioned, in talking actual numbers, that $2.3 million has been a challenge. What needs to be taken into consideration is that WICO is a cruise ship dock. That's where we make about 90% of our income. It has always been that from when we, back in the mid-1900s, when we doubled down on cruise tourism in the late 60s to 70s, that's what we became. Yes, diversification will help the company on the other end, but we just have to keep in mind that at the end of the day, what brings us revenues, what has brought us revenues, is packing that dock with as much ships as possible. and that is bringing revenue to the territory. Can I continue or I mean, I wanted to address something, not yet, okay.
But thank you so much. Thank you for much responses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Address it.
Thank you. I want to go back to the comments that were made earlier about WICO being a poorly run company. I take exception to it. And in the defense of both the board and the executive staff of WICO currently and the past executive staff, and a mention was made to 2019, since 2019. Now, what needs to be kept in mind, in 2019, the reason why we were able to pay the pilot was because of proceeds that we got from Hurricane Irma and Maria. That was why we were able to pay the pilot at that point, and we paid the $700,000. What happened after that was 2020, when we lost all ships. So we weren't making the money. We actually had that year where we had no revenues from the ship. When the ship started to come back in, in 2021, we got 2 ships that year. Now, what ended up happening, Royal Caribbean came out as the leader of the pack in getting back to cruising. So in actuality, Port Authority started receiving ships, I think, in July. We started getting ships in September, and right at the end of our season, we only received 2 ships for that second year. So with 2 ships at a dock that gets close to 300 ships, you could imagine. So we didn't have the money. And as I mentioned before, we ran through our reserves. So all of those reserves that we had, we were paying on the interest on our financing. So we were able to pretty much not get into trouble on our financing of our debt. So that's where that money went. When the question was asked of what did we do with that $9 million in the bond that we got, remember, the CFO just mentioned $7 million of that is restricted. So from the $9 million you're talking about, we're just talking about $2 million. Sorry? Yeah, in the bond financing, we had 7 of those millions were to replenish the reserves that we ran through when we didn't have ships. So I just wanted to address a couple of those things that were said concerning, and like I mentioned, what ended up happening after we started to get back ships, I think our revenues at that time, in 2023 may have been, I think, $5 million, and 2021 may have been maybe $2 million. So we haven't been at the point when we're discussing 8.9 and 9.2 million. That's just this year and last year. For the past 3 or 4 years before that, we were making 2 million and 5 million. So it's not really accurate when we have that being said about the company. So I just wanted to put that on the record and address it.
Thank you. But you also need to be accurate with your bond indenture requirements. I don't think it's 7 million restricted. We need to get what the obligation is, what the indenture is. What is 1.5 times? What is it?
Okay.
What is it? That is information that you should have right there.
Okay.
Is it 1.5 times? Is it 1 time? Is it 2 times? Is it 3 times? I asked the question before. So you can't just say 7 million, because what's your current interest rate on your bonds? Is it a fixed or is it fluctuating? So your interest is 6 point something? That's high.
So, and Senator...
What's the interest? We want to make sure we get the information on the table. So when you get some time, please share with us what is the requirement. What is 1.5 times 1 time? What is it? What's the coverage?
Yeah.
That's what we're looking for, and what the interest rate is, clearly.
Yeah.
Okay? So
Okay.
we heard you, but the one thing I'll tell you is when you look at your statement of revenues and expenses and your net position, you are presenting this as if you've paid the obligation to the government, and you haven't. So it's a liability. It's
Right.
not a payment that you've made. So it's misleading. That is my position on this. You pay your bond debt, right?
We do.
But you have a debt to the government that needs to be paid. I just don't understand why we feel that we could not pay what we owe to our government. Everybody thinks that they shouldn't pay what they owe to the government, and then the government have to pay. Government pays when folks pay their debt. That's just how it works. It's a cycle. So you have to contribute. Senator DeGraaf, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. All of you listening and present. Mr. Interim CEO President, thank you for standing up for your team. Don't come in here and put no tail between your legs.
Right.
You defended your end, you defend. But to my fellow veteran, thank you for your service. Happy holidays to everyone. Now, the bottom line is, the young people have a saying, what did I say? The Martin. Remove $700,000 from your financial statement right now and tell me what's going to happen and how you're going to survive from doing that. Because back in September, we put that money into the budget for 25. So technically, we put it in. We just didn't take it from you yet because you haven't given it to us. So you go ahead and do it right now. Because we could stay here, we could banter, and we could barter, we could flip it and turn it however we want. But the fact remains, why could that $700,000 add to the government of the Virgin Islands budget? So go ahead and remove it, take it out, and then I recalculate, do what you have to do, and fix what you got to fix. Because I think now we're to the point where we had several meetings before, we had meetings before where we are looking for a number where you spoke about in terms of what you'd be willing to pay. I believe had WICO just taken and say, well, hey, this is what we could afford, here's something, boom, here's a check for something, we can't afford much, this is the situation. But to come here now and do it in 11th hour, you don't get it done. The body is steadfast in terms of because it was a done deal. So that's what I say. So use a Savanero like me. I ain't want to see you kowtow to nobody. I gonna defend you to the end. And now they make it interim and they ain't tell you what they gonna put you in charge. I upset now too. But I'm just saying that's neither here nor there. But deduct that $700,000 going forward. Now, what did you use to back your bonds on? What are is the bond backed on?
The bonds are backed by revenues primarily and the property.
Revenue and the property.
And the assets. Yes.
The value of the property is what?
$52 million.
And the bond was for how much?
51, a little over 51.
Correct.
So the property value at 52, you get a $51 million bond. So something seems to be a little off. So revenue or value. So
well, if I may, Senator.
Yes.
1 minute.
It's not like a exact match. What it is if you default on your bond, the first thing that they will go for, of course, is ownership of the business.
Right.
Revenues comes with that. So it's not well, this is 52 million, so, there's an exact correlation between how you...
Not to cut you out, but in my mind,
30 seconds.
As a layperson, I'm looking at it. If your asset is $52 million and your revenue is X, that's 52 plus X is what you have to show us, hey, this is my collateral that I have.
Correct.
And then I get... So if I could only get 51, then it seems either they lowball you on the value of the property or they lowball you on the value and your revenue generated. That's how I see it. As a lay person, that's how I see it. 1 and 1
Time.
makes 2. So in closing, now you have 32 employees. Has anybody received any wage increases or anything like that from 2019 to now?
Yes, we had one increase.
Okay, so
Just
you're still able to make it a viable company where the employees feel, hey, it's worth coming here, or am I just wasting my time? Should I leave? I think that's where you need to start if you're going to rebuild the company with your employees versus and go outward versus try and fix everything else and don't fix the employees. So you can answer on the chair's time if you have any comment. Thank you for the time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Graff. Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so we looked it up here on your management discussion and analysis. The 2022 bonds are due April 1, 2026, with interest rates of 5.875 to 6.5%. So that's the $52.6 million bond that was used to prepay the $41.6 million obligation. So we got it out from here. But my point remains, though, that the CFO should know what the interest rate of a $52 million bond is. Most people that have a mortgage, they could tell you right out what money, what interest they pay in the bank because they hot in them, it coming out of their pocket. So the CFO is coming here before me today. They have a $52 million loan and they don't know the interest rate. That's a properly managed organization. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Let me just ask very quickly. So, when did you all stop running the mall?
In 2020.
2020. And how many employees, do you remember how many employees that you had at that point? Or
Yeah,
how many
we had,
employees were downsized as a result?
We had about 78 employees at the time.
Okay, so you had 78 employees, and those employees went with the...
A majority of them, the GERS thankfully did accept them based on the, number one, tenure, number two, knowledge of the property, etc.
Right, but you had a total of 78.
That's correct.
So the employees, for the most part, went with the work, the new work. Well,
Right.
new work, the new organization, the new management, if you will. Correct?
That's correct.
So now you are left with 32 employees.
That's correct.
Give or take. That's the amount?
Correct.
Okay, so your expenses, your operating expenses naturally would have been reduced because your revenues were more. Correct?
Correct. Some were reduced. Keep in mind, we were sharing costs at that time. So some of them went up because we were no longer able to share like security, repairs, et cetera, et cetera.
So if we were to ask you for your financials for the past 5 years, what are we going to see? Are we going to see where there were austerity measures that was put in place as a result of the government employees retirement system now taking back the responsibility of managing their mall? Are we going to see that? That is of concern. You have to go back. We have to go back and look at your financials for that 6-year window. I think it's more so 6 years, 2020 to where we. Oh, it's a bit a minute. So we have to go back and look at that to make a determination as to whether or not your argument about the organization being well run financially and my colleague's argument, how they bump up against each other, truth be told. So we have to look at that. And I would urge you all to look at it and make your own determinations if it hasn't been done. Now let me ask you, you also have property that you lease, correct?
Correct.
And have all of your properties are leased?
Majority of them are leased.
So all are not leased.
Correct.
How many of your of your inventory isn't leased? And are you actively seeking individuals to lease these spaces?
Yes, we currently have a broker that's marketing the properties for lease. A very small portion of it is not leased. A major portion of our leasable realty is to Yacht Haven Grand. That's over 7 acres. And we have a majority of the on-dock property leased. There's one property that we have, which is the Estate Liverpool property that we're looking for development on.
So under the Yacht Haven Grand lease, you guys, how much a year again now? The lease is for what period?
That's a long-term lease.
It's a long-term lease. And
Correct.
How much annually do you get for that? How much? Give me the acres again.
7.
I'm glad you brought it up. So, 7 acres. Tell me how much annually you get for it.
Well, it's a graduated amount. So each year it changes. At this point, it's
How
around.
much you getting this year?
It's 41,000 per month.
41,000 per month. So I guess the legislature have a lot to do with what happened with that lease. And that lease is for how many years?
I think it's about 50 years.
Yeah.
A 50-year lease, 41,000 a month. Some of my colleagues know it by heart.
I think it was a 30 and then an option.
So like short of like 500, almost 500,000 per annum?
Correct.
Yeah, they know. Well, I mean, we have to figure out how to deal with our economic development, but we also have to hold our entities, and that's not something that can be revisited. I mean, it is legislated, so that one we got to take that one. We are part of the reason why you are challenged with your revenues.
Right.
Okay, I could leave that already. We have some challenges there, but in defense of I was not here at the time. That's a property that needed development. So we have to also do our part to ensure economic development. So there's push and pull there for us to look at. That's very important for us to make sure that we put on the record that, when we weren't there, so we don't understand all the things that happened. But I know for a fact that I used to drive past that place, and it was in very, very bad condition.
Right.
So you have something you want to say, because we're about to close.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Senator DeGraaf's inquiry into the bond and some of the specifics. And I just wanted to mention to you, when you mentioned the 51 million, et cetera, what needs to be taken into consideration also is that bond placement was done at not the best timing also. So we may have had some challenges with the interest rate and whatever. And the reason I say that is because when you go to the bond market for a dock that has 90+% dependent on cruise, and you're coming right off of a 2-year stint where you had no cruise ships, and you have a history of using up all of your reserves in the prior financing, that's a sort of precarious position that the new bondholders take into consideration also, with added risk to them. So that's something that needs to be taken into consideration also.
All right, thank you. Senator Francis Jr., you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quickly, so Ottley, in regards to Act 8053, you familiar with that Act?
Off the top of my head, if you just give me there's quite a few acts we've been kicking around lately that pertaining to WICO. So which one are you referring to?
Act 8053 was the act that was to have transferred the Katerinburg over to property and procurement.
Correct.
So I just wanted to get from you your interpretation or your understanding of Act 8053, if you're familiar with that.
Okay. Yes. It was proposed by Senator Millen Young.
Correct.
And it was to turn over Estate Katerinburg to the government of the VI to be run by, I think it might be DPNR. And there was a committee that was supposed to overlook that, which included, I think, the Commissioner of Public Works, WICO, Tourism, and DPNR. The challenge that we've had with that was the fact that when that act passed, we were right in the middle, and we continue to be right in the middle of getting FEMA funding for damages at Katerinburg. One of the challenges that we have, challenges that we have was some issues in between there where we had ADA compliance and not being considered for additional funding. We're at a point right now where we just got back from FEMA within the last month where they agreed to some additional funding for us based on ADA, et cetera. And then now we can move forward with going back out to bid with the contractors that initially bidded the project, and that's the position. That's where we are now. So, as far as the act or the law, we are cognizant of it, but of course we want to ensure that the asset, once it's turned over, especially if WICO is playing a role in the expenses or the maintenance, that we get as much money as we can from FEMA to get it into tip-top shape before we do that.
Okay, very well. We'll have some deeper discussion in regards to that, but yeah, this is at play at will, so I'd love to have some further discussion in respect to this as we move forward.
Of course, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you. I actually was going somewhere with the leases. Have you serviced your leases within the past 3 to 5 years? Have you looked at your leases and the what your tenants are paying, etc.?
Yes.
So you're satisfied with your agreements?
For the most part, we are still doing some reevaluation of that and seeing where we can gain some more revenues from that with our existing tenants and possibly shifting tenants or moving them around so that we can capitalize on getting the most bang for our buck.
And your leases, are they straight leases or you do business income?
No, straight leases.
Straight leases, you don't do business. You don't do business income on them. Okay. All right, colleagues, I think we've exhausted most, if not all, of our discussions with WICO. I'm certain that this is a continuing discussion. Oh, before we wrap up, when was your last audit? 2022?
Correct.
And what's the status of your 23?
It's set to start in January of 2025.
And why is your lease your audits behind like that?
We're in line with the government. So we're a component of the PFA. So
see, that's the thing.
As PFA goes, so does its components.
So you see the challenge that we have with WICO is like WICO's like a dance, fish, fowl. Which one are we? So we're in line with the government, but she's right. She's correct. You're a component unit, but you're still considered a private corporation. So your leases, your audits are not timely because you're in line with the government. So that's also a part of why, when you go to market, you're unable to get the interest rates that you would prefer because you're in line with what we do here as a government. So you see the dance? I know you're in a precarious situation. Go ahead.
So let me just respond to that. In WICO's defense, of course, when initially we did our own audits and we were always on time, this is not a blame or any sort. What ended up happening in measures to save money, because what we found, when WICO did their own audit, VINGN did their own audit, PFA did their own audit, we were paying a premium to have 3 different audits. So PFA at the time decided to wrap all audits into one so that we can save money. And with that, you have different entities that are dependent on others to provide stuff in a timely manner where we have that very short, fallback of not being quite on time, but
Understood, but that's, again, it goes back to the concern that we have. Again, I think what's important, and I'm happy that you brought up the Virgin Islands Next Generation Network, because they are very similar to you, and I think it's time that the legislature really takes a hard look at these private corporations that's under the government umbrella, and that's under the government umbrella when it's convenient, and when it's inconvenient, you're not. It's been a back and forth with us. I think we need to address this once and for all. That's from my perspective and my perspective only. But I'm going to give you a 30-second close if we don't have any more questions, because our other testifiers are waiting and we want to make today a good day. So we're going to give you a 30-second close. And before you close, I'm going to ask again, for FY 2024, pay the government the pilot. If you can't pay the 7, pay the pilot 5. We have no, but you should pay all of it, because you have it on your statement of revenues as if you paid it. You've had it here as if it's been paid. This is you're not listening. You listen to this as a liability. You make this as a payment. So write a check. It's Christmas. Write the check so we could pay our vendors. I am as serious as I sit in here. Pay the people.
It's not, Senator.
I understand. There's no need to respond. Pay the money. I don't pay IBAN.
Well,
give us something. Give the government something. So we're going to give you a 30-second close. And there's much more work to do to address this vexing issue. And, the senator asked a question, though, with regards to, there's an act that was passed to do the transfer. And it hasn't occurred. Why hasn't it occurred?
We're in the process of repairing the building. We've submitted all the paperwork to FEMA. And as the owner, we've been in a back and forth with FEMA on additional funding that they deemed us not eligible for. In going back and forth with them, we have proven that we are eligible for it. And FEMA funding from the beginning was only tied to going back to the original use of the property. So when we're talking about converting to museum and different stuff, that would make us ineligible for the federal fund.
Understood. Okay. Now it's a lot clearer for me. Okay. So I'll allow you a 30-second close.
So, Senator, I'd like to thank yourself and all the senators for the questions. It gave us an opportunity to provide, answers. I'm glad that we were able to, and I thank Senate President. I think back in March when we came with our query and request, he gave me marching orders to go ahead and present a white paper, which I hope it wasn't too much of a read, but I tried to make it as concise as possible and be able to give all the information concerning the pilot. So I thank you for that opportunity. I thank the rest of the senators for the ability to come here and explain our plight. I look forward to following back up with Senate President in short order because this pilot issue that we have is not going away, and we do have legitimate concerns and challenges that we have no issues providing the past income statements, etc., that you requested, because at the end of the day, that is one of our number one priorities, in addition to keeping WICO open and safe for the cruise lines coming. So I'd like to say to you and everyone else, I know it's been, 50 seconds? Congratulations to you again. Seasoned greeting to all, and thanks again. And we'll be back to you guys shortly with following up on this information on the pilot.
Thank you for your responses and for your candor today. I must say that you are a big defender of the organization. So I would have done the very same thing. So I have to say that your team, Ms. Turnbull, you guys are big defenders of your organization, and that's really important. We can give somebody a chance to talk. We talk all the time, so it's okay for him to don't say nothing today.
Might be a good
but let me just say that I hope that you took our recommendations seriously, And, you know, for the consideration that you're asking for, I really believe that you need to develop a plan, a 5-year plan, some sort of a plan to show what is it that you intend to do to improve the product as you bring the conversation back to the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. So it could be something that can be considered in a meaningful way, and we are able to say to our community, we're doing this because of this. You see what I'm saying?
Understood.
So that's my strong recommendation. So we don't have any other further business today with WICO. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 5 minutes.
Yes, I'm coming home for Christmas. Gonna be drinking guava berry, playing mass, having a good time. God, I can't say the last time I had some sorrel, punchy creamer, smoke ham, sweet bread. God, it's gonna be nice. Yes, eating and drinking, having a good time. Aye. Christmas is a time for fun, a time to relax in the sun. Christmas is a time for love. It's a time to share with everyone. I don't have no time to waste. It's getting cold, I have to leave this place. Take me to the Caribbean where country music and parang in the air.
I'm coming home for Christmas.
Drink guava berry.
I'm coming home for Christmas.
Play mass and be merry.
I make up my mind this Christmas.
Until January.
I got to line for Christmas.
Tell Uncle Sammy can keep the cold, keep the snow. Christmas I have got to go.
Christmas.
The committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the item in block number 2?
Block 2, Bill number 350108, an act appropriating $20 million from the settlement agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and the estate of Jeffrey E. Epstein, Darrell K. Indike, in his individual capacity and in his capacity as the co-executor for the estate of Jeffrey E. Epstein and administrator of the 1953 Trust, Richard DeCann, in his individual capacity and in his capacity as co-executor of the estate of Jeffrey E. Epstein and administrator of the 1953 Trust. The 1953 Trust, Plan D, LLC, Great St. James, LLC, Nautilus, Inc., Hyperion Air, LLC, Poplar, Inc., Southern Trust Company, Inc., Maple, Inc., and Laurel, Inc., collectively defendants to the Department of Public Works for the design and construction of a nursing home on St. Croix and a nursing home on St. Thomas, proposed by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Invited testifiers are Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, Department of Finance, Honorable Avril George, Commissioner, Department of Human Services, Mr. Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director, VI Housing Authority, Mr. Angel Dawson Jr., Chief Executive Director, Government Employees Retirement System. And this is the end of Block 2, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I see that we have the testifiers ready to move forward. So I'm going to ask the testifiers, to please put your names and titles on the record. Are we going to start from my right, my left, your right? So we're going to start with you, Ms. Pell. Mrs. Pell, you may proceed.
Good morning, Senators. My name is Lydia Pell. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Good morning, Senators. Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director, Virgin Island Housing Authority.
Good afternoon. Clarina Modest Elliott, Executive Assistant Commissioner, Department of Finance.
Good afternoon, Avril George, Commissioner of Department of Human Services.
Good afternoon, Tasha Phillips. Good afternoon, Tasha Phillips Dorset, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Human Services.
Good afternoon, Sean Georges, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Human Services.
Do you have anyone else?
In St. Croix, we have Administrator Alvin Milligan of the Senior Citizens.
Okay, Mr. Milligan, and I see one other lady. Mr. Milligan, could you please put your name and title on the record? Mr. Milligan, we're unable to hear you on St. Croix. Okay, I think we just heard you. Go ahead, try it again.
Good afternoon, Alvin Milligan, Administrator of the Division of Senior Citizens Affairs, Department of Human Services.
And I see the young lady from Department of Finance.
Lucy Nunez, Director of Treasury, Department of Finance.
All right, thank you. Who will be testifying on this measure? Well, before we talk about the measure, who speaks to this measure? Yes, I apologize, Mr. Senator DeGraff. You may proceed. Who speaks to Bill number 35, that's 0108?
I do, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Bill number 35-0108 is about money that we have. It's about... Test. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Bill number 35-0108 is about money we have. It's about my passion for the senior citizen population of the territory we have, and it's about making a dream come true. The Jeffrey Epstein situation is a dark cloud on the Virgin Islands that we gonna have in our midst So based on this particular settlement, I looked at, let's try get something good out of this and some subsequent legislation that we did to get something good out of these monies that come in here to the territory to address a specific population, our seniors. You know, we have free tuition in our elementary school, at our university for our children to take advantage of. They're still leaving in droves. We're trying to bring home some of our great young minds back to our territory. We have a fellows program. Now we have Herbert Gregg, we have Lucinda Millen, we have Queen Louise. We have these senior facilities here presently that are atrocious. You go to these facilities and it's atrocious. So what I tried to do was not only grab $20 million of this money for St. Thomas, because I'm a senator, I'm a territorial senator. 10 million for St. Thomas, 10 million for St. Croix. Equally deserving in the territory that we have to look out for our seniors. These are the people who laid the foundation. We are walking on the backs of the senior population in this territory. Some of the seniors have retired with, my mother retired making $17,000 after working 30 plus years as a nurse. Seniors retired making nothing. Let's look out for them. Let's take $20 million that we don't have to tax nobody in this territory. We don't have to go and increase no fees anywhere of monies based on something that was horribly went wrong in this territory. Now we're trying to bring some light to it and use this $20 million toward building a nursing facility for seniors on St. Thomas and St. Croix. This is long awaited. I'm happy to have the testifiers here, whether you're for or against, but I think, again, this has to be addressed. And I'm happy for the time. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. I ask for favorable consideration by my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I see that we have testimony from the Department of Finance, led by the Assistant Commissioner, Mrs. Clarina Modeste Elliott, as well as testimony from Commissioner Avril George. Those are the two testimonies that's before us? Okay. Okay, so we're going to start with the Department of Finance. You may proceed, Mrs. Modeste Elliott.
Good afternoon, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Bill sponsor, Honorable Dwayne M. DeGraff, other members of the 35th Legislature, and listening and viewing audience. I am Clarina Modeste Elliott, Executive Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Finance, testifying on behalf of Kevin McCurdy, the Commissioner of Finance. I appear before you with Ms. Lucy Nunez, Director of Treasury at the Department of Finance. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill 350108, an act appropriating $20 million from the settlement agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and the estate of Jeffrey E. Epstein, Darren K. and DK in his individual capacity and in his capacity as the co-executor for the estate of Jeffrey E. Epstein and administrator of the 1953 trust, Richard D. Kahn in his individual capacity and in his capacity as co-executor of the estate of Jeffrey E. Epstein and administrator of the 1953 trust. The 1953 trust, Plan D, LLC, Great St. Jim, LLC, Nautilus, Inc., Hyperion Air, LLC, Poplar, Inc., Southern Trust Company, Inc., Maple, Inc., and Laurel, Inc., collectively defendants to the Department of Public Works for the design and construction of a nursing home on St. Croix and a nursing home on St. Thomas. As the custodian of the Jeffrey E. Epstein settlement funds, the Department of Finance has ensured compliance with the statutory requirements governing their use. The settlement agreement totaled $105 million. However, after deducting legal and other associated fees, the government received $76,029,864.69 in settlement proceeds and an additional $43,248.05 in interest. In accordance with Act 8920 as overridden, these funds have been appropriated for specific projects. We confirm that we are to expect a total of $23,271,359 as the remaining balance of the Epstein settlement. This total includes interest on approximate $10.9 million from the sale of Little St. James Island. However, we must advise that based on the provisions of Act 8920, we are not in support of the bill as it may not be an eligible use of the funds. The law does not explicitly provide guidance or authority for such expenditures. Given this ambiguity, we recommend a thorough review of Act 8920 to ensure that the proposed use aligns with the legislative intent and legal requirements governing the settlement funds. This concludes my testimony. We are available to answer any question or provide additional information as needed. Thank you.
Thank you. I also see that we just received testimony from the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. We're going to go to the Department of Human Services and then Commissioner of Human Services, and then we'll go to the Housing Authority. Commissioner, you may proceed. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Good morning,
Commissioner George.
Senate Chairwoman, Senator Danaford Gregory, members of the committee, staff, fellow stakeholders, and members of the listening and viewing audience. Joining with me here today, I have my Assistant Commissioner, Tasha Phillips Dorset, our Deputy Commissioner of Operations, Sean George, and our Administrator of Senior Citizens Affairs, Alvin Milligan, on the island of St. Croix. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0108. I have the honor of serving as the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services, and today I will address the critical needs of our senior citizens, provide context about the challenges we face in delivering long-term care, and offer insights into the department's position on the proposed legislation. First and foremost, the Department of Human Services remains steadfast in our mission to safeguard the dignity, safety, and well-being of the seniors across the territory. With an aging population and increased demand for specialized care, the issue of residential long-term care is not only urgent but multifaceted. While this bill proposes a significant investment in our senior care infrastructure, we must ensure that any allocation of funds reflect a holistic approach to addressing the systematic needs of our elders. As Commissioner, my role is to advocate for the well-being of our most vulnerable populations, including our senior citizens, and to ensure that we deliver high-quality services that meet their unique needs. Bill number 35-0108 raises important considerations regarding the state of long-term care in the Virgin Islands and the critical role of sustainable planning and resources in meeting the growing demands for these services. Challenges in nursing home care. Although the common references in the residential long-term care industry often focuses on the availability of nursing home beds, this approach oversimplifies the complexities of elder care. Physical bed and rooms are critical components of care, but they represent just one aspect of the larger system required to support our seniors. The challenges we face today are deeply rooted in the dual impact of infrastructure damage and systemic resource shortages. Physical damage. Hurricanes Irma and Maria significantly impacted our nursing home facilities. At Herbert Gregg, active beds were reduced from 40 to 25, and at Queen Louise, the number dropped from 29 to 15. This reduction has severely limited our capacity to meet the growing demand for residential care. our workforce deficits, even if physical spaces were restored to their original capacity, the ability to provide high-quality care hinges on adequate staffing, and nursing homes must be supported by a multidisciplinary team to include dietary staff, which is kitchen managers, cooks, food service workers, and stock clerks to ensure proper nutrition. Medical personnel, which is registered nurses, licensed practical nurses, certified nursing assistants, and physicians provide round-the-clock care. Support services, which is housekeeping, maintenance, and custodial staff, ensure a safe and clean environment. Our social services, which is social workers and aides, addresses the emotional and social well-being of our residents. And administrative staff to give effective management, which is essential to ensure seamless operations. Without these critical staff members, our seniors cannot receive the 24-hour custodial care they need, regardless of the availability of physical space. Position on Bill number 35-0108. The intent of this legislation is commendable. Our seniors deserve facilities that are safe, modern, and capable of addressing their comprehensive care needs. However, I must echo the position of Governor Albert Bryan Jr. The appropriations outlined in this bill as written are not supported. The governor's reservations stem from several key factors. Lack of strategic framework. The bill proposes funding allocations without sufficient detail regarding how these funds will be used to address the systemic issues of elder care, particularly in staffing and operations. Current negotiations. The governor is actively pursuing negotiations of the acquisition of the Seaview Nursing Home. These negotiations are a critical component of a broader strategy to rebuild and enhance our elder care infrastructure in a sustainable and fiscally responsible manner. Premature allocation of funds for other projects risk undermining these efforts. Sustainability concerns. Any investment in elder care must be tied to a comprehensive plan that addresses not only infrastructure, but also staffing, training, and operational needs. It is critical to ensure that any new facilities are supported by sustainable staffing and funding models. Before I conclude my testimony, I'll also like the team to note that we have also have ongoing projects in regards to Queen Louise and Herbert Gray. In Queen Louise, we have a project status at Queen Louise new building at a funding at $73 million. And our project status for Herbert Gray Homes for the Aged, our funding for that project is $131 million. In conclusion, the Department of Human Services is committed to collaborating with the Legislature, the Governor's Office, and community stakeholders to ensure that any initiatives related to senior care reflect both fiscal responsibility and the best interests of our elderly population. While we appreciate the intent behind Bill number 35-0108, the current language and approach require further refinement to achieve these goals. Thank you for the time and attention, and we remain available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner George. We'll now hear from Executive Director Mr. Dwayne Alexander of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget and Appropriations and Finance, Vice Chair Novell Francis Jr., and committee members Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, and Senator Ray Fonseca, and Senator Javon James. Good afternoon to all other distinguished senators present today, legislative staff, citizens of the Virgin Islands, my dedicated team of the Virgin Island Housing Authority Board of Commissioners, and the listening public. My name is Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director of the Virgin Island Housing Authority. I am honored to be here today as the authority's representative for my first face-to-face discussion with the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance. And the well with me today is Ms. Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. Together with our dedicated employees, we are committed to enhancing the performance of the Virgin Island Housing Authority in line with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development standards. In summary of the act, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to provide the testimony in support of Bill number 35-0108. On July 18, 2013, the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands enacted a bill appropriating $20 million from the settlement agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and multiple defendants, including the state of the Jeffrey E. Epstein. The funds are designated for the Department of Public Works and will be used specifically for nursing homes, $10 million for design and construction in St. Croix, $10 million for design and construction in St. Thomas. The funds appropriate will remain available until they are fully extended. These initiative addresses the urgent needs for housing for elderly in the Virgin Islands. The settlement involving the estate of Jeffrey Epstein and various entities represent a significant financial resource for the Virgin Islands. Utilizing these funds will, for community needs like nursing homes, would demonstrate a commitment to addressing pressing social issues. The Virgin Islands, like many places, is experiencing an aging population, which increases the demand for elderly care facilities. Nursing homes provide essential services for seniors who may require assistance with daily activities or medical care. There are existing gaps in healthcare services for seniors, making the establishment of nursing homes critical to improving health outcomes and quality of life for the territory. The Virgin Islands, like many regions, is experiencing a demographic shift towards an older population. As life expectancy increases, the demand for elderly care facilities is rising. This necessitates the establishment of nursing homes to provide adequate care and support. Many seniors face barriers to accessing health care services due to the limited availability of specialized facilities. Nursing homes can bridge this gap by offering comprehensive care that includes medical attention, rehabilitation, and daily living assistance. Nursing homes can enhance quality of life for seniors, providing not only medical care, but also social engagement, recreation activities, and mental health support. This holistic approach addresses both physical and emotional well-being. The establishment of nursing homes in the Virgin Islands will provide a long range of benefits to the community, particularly for the elderly population and their families. Some key ways in which nursing homes can have a positive impact on the people in the Virgin Islands. Access to health care. Nursing homes offer specialized medical care, rehabilitation services, and assistance with daily activities, ensuring that residents receive the attention they need to maintain their health and well-being. Facilities employ trained healthcare professionals, including registered nurses and certified nursing aides who can provide round-the-clock support and care. Relief of caregivers. Nursing homes can relieve the burden on families, allowing them to spend quality time with their loved ones without the stress of daily caregiving. Peace of mind. Knowing that their loved ones are in a safe, supported environment can provide families with peace of mind. Social engagements and community. Nursing home often provides programs and activities that promote social interaction, helping residents build friendship and reduce feelings of isolation. They also can serve as community hubs, fostering connections between residents, families, and local organizations. The economical benefits of these are the construction and operation of nursing homes will create jobs in various fields, stimulating the economy. Increased spending with the community can benefit local benefits. Addressing the long-term or the aging population needs, nursing homes provide a structured solution to meeting the growing demand for elderly care. They create a continuum of care options for seniors, allowing for a more tailored approach for elderly care. They also can offer preventive health services and rehabilitation programs to help residents maintain their health. Many nursing homes provide mental health support and activities promote cognitive engagement. The establishment of nursing homes can enhance the community, the continuing care available in the Virgin Islands, which is essential as the population ages. This includes options for independent living, assisted living, and skilled nursing care. Conducting a thorough needs assessment to identify specific community requirements for nursing homes, including types of services most sought of after by the elderly population. Building trust and involvement, organizing informational sessions and forums to engage community members, gather feedback, and address any concerns regarding nursing homes. This can foster a sense of ownership and support within the community. In summary, the appropriations of $20 million for the design and construction of a nursing home in St. Croix and St. Thomas represent a significant step towards addressing the urgent need for elderly care in the Virgin Islands. By focusing on effective planning, community involvement, and sound financial management, this initiative has the potential to greatly enhance the quality of life for seniors while also benefiting the local community. Establishment of local nursing homes is expected to have a multifaceted positive impact on the community by improving the care for the elderly, supporting families, and creating jobs. By leveraging its expertise, resources, and community connections, the Virgin Island Housing Authority can significantly enhance this initiative. Through collaboration, advocacy, and focus on sustainable development, the Virgin Island Housing Authority can help ensure that the nursing homes effectively meet the needs of the elderly population in the Virgin Islands. This initiative to establish nursing homes in the Virgin Islands represent a significant opportunity to improve the quality of life for elderly population while addressing the critical gaps in healthcare services through thoughtful planning, community engagement, and collaboration with various stakeholders. The Virgin Island Housing Authority and the Department of Public Works can create facilities not only to meet the immediate needs of seniors, but also contribute to the overall well-being and the cohesion of the community. By fostering a supportive environment for seniors, the nursing homes can enhance not only the individual lives, but also the fabric of the Virgin Islands community, ultimately leading into a healthier, more connected society. This initiative is not only about building structures, it's about creating a sustainable future where every elderly resident feels valued, safe, and cared for. I would like to express my gratitude to you, Senator Fred Gregory, and other members of the Finance Committee for providing the Virgin Island Housing Authority with the opportunity to present this testimony. As you conclude your final term, I just want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude for your incredible service and dedication. Your commitment and passion has made a lasting impact in the Virgin Islands, and you have inspired so many of us with your leadership. While the chapter may be coming to an end, the legacy you have created will continue to resonate for years to come. We are all better for having had you in this role, and I'm excited to see where your journey takes you next. Thank you for everything. Wishing you all the best in your future endeavors. We appreciate and will continue to provide our support and eagerly anticipate addressing any questions related to my testimony. Lastly, I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation once again to the dedicated employees of the Virgin Island Housing Authority
3 minutes.
for their unwavering commitment, hard work, and diligence in ensuring that our residents have safe and comfortable places to call home. Thank you. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander, for your testimony, and heartfelt thank you for your kind words and confidence. Thank you so much. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 3-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Novalee Francis Jr.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, and thank you to the testifiers for your testimony, and I'm happy that you took the time to put your thoughts into this testimony and truly appreciate it. I also want to recognize my colleague, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, the minority leader, for his stick-to-itiveness in ensuring that as we move forward in regards to the use of the Jeffrey Epstein funding, that in fact from the get-go there was much robust discussion in regards to the use of this money, and he certainly was one at the forefront of ensuring that whatever we do, we want to carve out and set aside some money for our elderly and the development of a nursing home. So I want to commend him for his stick-to-itiveness in that. This Jeffrey Epstein money, I must say, have been put, there's a number of appropriations that have been made in previous legislation recently that address our behavioral health issue, as well as a number of initiatives that we work collectively on to ensure that this money is utilized to make us of a better community as a result of the funding. I don't want to believe, based on the testimony that I've heard here, that Department of Human Services and Department of Finance don't want $20 million to support and assist them in this endeavor. What I'm hearing from them is that there needs to be a comprehensive approach to how we utilize this money, and I could certainly agree and appreciate that. When we contemplated and had the discussion regarding this, we really wanted to ensure that as we build out an elderly home, that in fact we want to create a nursing home with all of the necessary ancillary service to be able to address the issues that's confronting our elderly. The issue of neurological issues that's affecting them as they age, dementia, Alzheimer's, seizures, stroke. We want to make sure that we're putting in all of those sensory mechanisms to make sure that we're addressing the whole elderly care that's required in these efforts. And I would love to broach certainly the Department of Human Services in terms of the plans that they have, because this can be one-sided. The executive branch can't do this by themselves. And I'm hearing about the money that have been set aside for the Queen Louise home, the Herbert Gregg home, and those different areas. But I think there needs to be a collective approach to this. We have an additional $20 million that I'm hoping that we could either build on to what have already been created by the administration to support and assist, especially when we look at those sensory areas. For me, I think it's critical as we move forward. So, Commissioner, can you just share with us real quickly, what are some of the plans regarding the addressing the elderly care for the Queen Louise, Seaview, Herbert Gregg home that you have discussed in your testimony?
Avril George, Commissioner of Human Services. We have 2 projects currently in progress. Queen Louise Home new build is currently under review with ODR to re-engage with the architects to proceed with the A&E designs. The project was placed on hold due to super PMO startup. Task order is being revised, and re-engagement should occur by January 2025. The project status for Herbert Gregg, task order currently being revised by ODR and Jeridian. Once the task order is executed, DHS will get the green light to proceed with the A&E design. For Queen Louise, we have a temporary facility, which is an existing building. Repairs to the current facility is in progress, and contract has been awarded to custom builders to do the repairs, interior, exterior to the facility. and the relocation of the staff is currently in progress. DHS is awaiting final supply agreement from DPP to begin the relocation process. Our tentative date of the move is February 2025, and the relocation of the staff will be at Palm Courts. I think it's Palm Courts Harborview for about 9 months. So these are the projects that are currently in progress. Funding has already been allocated for them, and we're going through the process.
So what will be your recommendation in respect to how you believe that this $20 million that's available to us could help to support those initiatives or be able to complement any other initiative that's being undertaken as it pertains to addressing our elderly care in this community?
I think the 20 million can be twofold if we look at a comprehensive plan, like you previously mentioned, and figure out what avenue we can go, whether it's staffing, whether it's critical infrastructure, but I think more discussion has to be made among all parties involved.
So is it, I'm hearing, I'm wrapping up right now, Madam Clerk, Madam Chair. Am I hearing from you that in fact that you will want to sit and further discuss with us in terms of the comprehensive use of this funding moving forward? Is that what I'm hearing?
It's twofold, because the question is all that funding really available? Because if you hear from DOF testimony, there's allotments that already been done, there's things that already been done with the Epstein funding. So I think conversations have to be had about what is really there and what direction we take. We can sit here and say, 20 million, does it really exist, or is it being used for other purposes based on Governor Bryan's vision and where he want to take it? So I think there's just further discussion need to have. I can't sit here and say, we have 20 million, I can tell the team what to do with it.
Very well, I hear you, and you work for the executive branch, but this is the legislative branch that handles the purse string of this funding. And while Governor Bryan and the executive branch have already determined, some of the initiative there, this legislative branch will have a seat at the table to determine how this money is being spent there. So, whatever is said and done, we will be included in how we move forward on this particular issue. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. So, I probably should have given 4 minutes for this. The Department of Finance, you represented that the settlement agreement total 105 million. However, after deducting legal and other associated fees, what are the associated fees? What are those? Yeah, there's only, what are the associated fees?
Like bank transfers and those banking fees. I don't know, Ms. Nunes, you want to give the details?
So you're saying that bank transfers, give me what the associated fees is, because we've done extensive work on all of these settlement agreements. And at minimum, the Department of Finance should have provided us not just a testimony, give me a table that break out what you're representing. So let's hear, what are these associated fees? What is the total amount of associated fees? There must be transparency in this, tied to these funding, these dollars. And we continue to be challenged with it. And this is why the legislature will continue to do what they have to do on this. So tell us, what are these associated fees?
The information for associated fees or attorney fees is retrieved or can be obtained by the Department of Justice. The fundings that we receive were net of the amounts. So that information would then definitely need to be requested by the Department of Justice and the AG office.
I see the game.
We receive the funding net.
Listen, we have a breakout of this, and the Department of Finance at minimum should have a breakout of this. We received $105 million, so we agree with that. The attorney fees and costs total $17,349,705. And the amount that has been paid as of 11/15, that was 2023, was $16,521,391.69. And there was $828,000 outstanding on some recent collections at the time. That left a balance of $87,652,95. The legislature appropriated about $67 million from this particular settlement agreement, which left the $20 million. So finance, you need to give us an accounting. Your treasury director can't tell us what the associated fees are. At minimum, someone that's responsible for the financials of this government should analyze those agreements just like we did here. And it is clear that that didn't happen because your treasury director is only able to provide us, which is rightfully so, what was transmitted. But what does the settlement agreement say? Is the government of the Virgin Islands in agreement with what has come over? The Attorney General is not responsible for doing financials. The Attorney General is responsible for doing the settlement agreement. So based on the agreement, the Department of Finance responsibility is to drill down into the agreement to determine if the government got its due. So the responses that we're getting from the Department of Finance today is not acceptable. And
Understood.
we're going to ask again for the Department of Finance to provide the legislature with the amount that was, the settlement agreement was 105, the attorney fees was 17,349,705, leaving a balance of 87,650. I don't have the bills in front of me, but we can, 87 million that I can go over, but I can surely get them. But the numbers are not correct. I do agree that there are concerns as it relates to how the bill is proposed. I don't have a challenge with that. My challenge with looking at the dollars. So we have to make sure that when we're coming before this committee, that the information that we provide is not just okay to say associated fees, and no, not acceptable. I sat on that side of the table, and we had to come prepared to this institution with clear information so we could, explain our position to the government. So I'm challenged with this. But I'm going to go over to the next senator. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome to all the distinguished panel of testifiers, all the listening, viewing audience. Okay, so I wanted to quote from the Human Services Commissioner, the Honorable Earle George. By the way, congratulations on the Assistant Commissioner hire, Ms. Tasha Dorset Phillips. She used to be up Government House where she had exemption from coming down here testifying, I never used to be able to actually have her sit in the well and ask her questions, but very capable hire. Congratulations.
Thank you, Senator.
I see there's great things happening in human services and continue to do the great work because I know you inherited a lot of issues and I see where you're addressing them head on. And I agree with you, we need to look at the whole package. You mentioned that we have Herbert Grigg lost 15 beds and Queen Louise lost 14, so you're down 29 beds. But we have $204 million to address it, and it's being addressed. You're in the AE stage for the rebuild of Herbert Grigg. So, and Queen Louise. So let me ask you now, Custom Builders is going to do the rebuild of Queen Louise home. Is it going to restore it back to the 29? Oh, first I want to give special congratulations to my fellow Savanero on this initiative because elderly housing is definitely a yes. And I support this definitely. So is Custom Builders with Queen Louise, are they going to restore it back to 29 or it's going to be less than 29? How is that going to be?
Good afternoon, Senator Tasha Phillips Dorset, Assistant Commissioner. What Custom Builders is going to do is repair many of the patches, the leaks, etc., that currently exist in Queen Louise, and that is going to give us the opportunity to begin to add more residents until the new facility is constructed and built out. Unfortunately, when we have residents who pass, we then go to our waiting list because our waiting lists in both districts are very robust. And we try to fill the new client into the space as soon as possible.
So very robust. I got to dig into that. So the waiting list is how much persons, more or less?
For the Queen Louise home, the waiting list currently is 25 residents, and for Herbert Grigg home, it is 20 residents.
Okay, see, so if we're able to restore them, we have 29 additional units. And I know it's a challenging process because we've taught it and we know it can't be done. And, you know, I have to congratulate Human Services. I see great things is happening, so, you know, I'm supporting. Quickly, I want to go to Miss Lucy Munoz, the Director of the Treasury. So, Ms. Munoz, excuse me.
Nunez.
Nunez, M. Nunez, Lucy.
N-U-N-E-Z, Nunez.
N-U-N-E-Z-S. Okay, question. So the chair lady, Donna Fred Gregory, outlined the net $87 million. Was this money invested once? And don't tell me we got to ask justice, because finance, I'm assuming that you know this. Once that settlement was made, the $87 million, was it invested or it was just in a non-interest bearing account? Give me the details on that.
Well, we have $76,073,112.74 as it was outlined in the testimony this morning. So the figure that is provided, based on the receipts, this is what we confirm in the bank activity.
Okay, but you didn't answer my question. My question was it invested in an interest-bearing account, yes or no?
It's in an interest-bearing account.
I didn't hear you. One person speak at a time. I didn't hear you. Can you repeat?
There's a backdrop. I don't know if you're hearing on this back end. Could you repeat the question, Senator
Yes.
Fonseca?
Okay, the amount of the net proceeds after we paid the 17 million attorney's fees, was the difference, the balance invested in an interest-bearing account?
Yes.
Yes. So then there's an additional add of interest earned on that, right?
That's correct. Recall that then there's the some of the proceeds are in the CD.
Okay, so what was, then you see, when you provide information to Madam Chair that she requested, then you're going to have to now add the interest earned, because apparently there was interest earned on that net deposit, right? That's what you're saying? That's what you're confirming?
Right, and so...
Okay, yes, that's all I want. Madam Chair, can I just finish up one time? Okay, good. So now, with the Seaview Nursing Home, you said that you're in negotiations. Tell me where we are now with the Seaview Nursing Home. Finance. You mentioned one of the items was that we're in the process of negotiation for the Seaview Nursing Home. Commissioner George.
We toured the facility. Conversations are happening between the team on the use of the facility and what we're looking at it for. So conversations are still happening and negotiations are being done.
So we ain't sure then that we're going to buy Seaview. We're looking to buy it, but we ain't sure.
That's the direction we're looking to go in, Senator.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Yeah, it looks so, yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. So we're trying to pull up Bill 80, Act number 8920, because I think there's some confusion with, as we read the last paragraph of your testimony, Assistant Commissioner, we're realizing that I think we had set aside some $20 million, and I think that y'all are thinking that what we are trying to do today is tied to that $20 million. No. So we just want to pull up the bill, and then we're going to get back to you on that, okay? Because I think we have some, because you're talking about legislative intent, this is a whole new bill for whole new money. You see what I'm saying? This don't have anything to do with what we appropriated in 89-20. You see what I'm saying? But going back to Commissioner George, so this is a challenge that we have. I think in the testimony, one of the things that we've experienced over and over, and this is why things move at such a slow pace here in the territory, is we all know that we're challenged with senior care facilities. And we know that we're challenged in that aspect. But the collaboration with the legislature is not occurring. So you're in the process of, you're in the negotiations rather, with the potential purchase of the Seaview. And this doesn't have anything to do with you directly. This has to do with the chief executive, the chief executive office. So that type of information is information that's necessary for the legislature to be aware of. While there may be ARPA funding, that's the funding that you're using, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, that's the only funding that's available that could be spent without legislative authorization right now. So while there may be ARPA funding, there still must be some collaboration around the work that's being done behind the scenes. So we are not working on things like this. If we collaborate, we recognize we need nursing facilities in the territory. We're utilizing a portion of our ARPA dollars to purchase the facilities, then we talk about it. Or it's either ARPA or, what is it, the HUD, the CBDGDR. Let me just ask the guy, he's right here. Is there any discussion with you around utilizing CBDGDR funding for the purposes of purchasing?
You want to speak on it?
Wrong
Oh,
agency. Yeah, housing authority.
Oh, sorry, I'm talking to the wrong person. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm talking to the wrong person. Yes, that's HFA. That's HFA. Right. Yeah, that's HFA. So I can't ask you that. So, to your point, you don't know. So it's either those two pots of money, either or. But we should know have some idea as to what's happening. So herein lies where we continue to come to these roadblocks, and things are not happening as fast as they are able to happen because of that lack of that collaborative component that's definitely missing. So I'm going to go to Senator, is it you? Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again to all. And I want to start by commending the Senator for proposing this bill. It's a very important bill because we know we have an aging community. And when it comes to senior living, it's important that we look out for them. I do agree that we need more collaboration and communication because myself and the sponsor have spoke about the funding for these two homes, and we also spoke to Seaview also to see how we can collaborate. So here we are. And I do agree with Commissioner George in respect to what's necessary when it comes to the wraparound services. Mm-hmm. Because right now we have several senior homes or senior living facilities that's desperately in need of those wraparound services, to include Lucinda Millen Home that had it in the past. And it's a problem for our seniors in terms of their daily living and what they need in order to be comfortable in their living space. Mm-hmm. So definitely there needs to be more collaboration and communication moving forward in how we're going to assure that whatever we build and wherever we built it, that there is the wraparound services, there is the routine maintenance that's necessary also, and that there are other services that are going to assure that our seniors are comfortable in the space that they live. Because when it comes to senior care and senior living, it's definitely a passion of mine and a responsibility that I take seriously. Let me ask one quick question to Commissioner George. And you said right now you guys are at what phase when it comes to Herbert Gregg, and what phase are you at when it comes to Queen Louise? For the
1 minute.
Because I know you have a lot of moving parts at the same time. But what's going on? Talk to me.
For the Commissioner of Earle George, Department of Human Services, for the Queen Louise home, the task order is currently being revised, and the re-engagement should occur by January 2025. And, sorry, for
Herbert Gregg,
the task...
30 seconds.
The project was placed on hold due to the Super PMO startup, but our task order is being executed, and DHS will get the green light to proceed with the A&E design.
and when will that happen?
We're looking at also in January, February, sir.
Okay, very well. Again, it's important that I'm moving forward with all of these projects when it comes to our seniors and senior living. We must really collaborate and coordinate in respect to how we move forward as a whole and assure that we have all of the services, wraparound services necessary to assure that their living is comfortable and we meet all of their needs moving forward, because they have a lot of needs. And I want to thank you for your testimony, and Madam Chair, I want to thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Before we go to the sponsor, so let me just go back quickly to the testimony from Department of Finance. So, because we need clarification. Oh boy, what did I do with all that paper? What's this? Okay, so in your last, where it says, however, what does that mean? However, we must advise that based on the provision of Act 8920, we are not in support of the bill as it may not be an eligible use of the funds. The law does not explicitly provide guidance or authority for such an expenditure. Given this ambiguity, we recommend a thorough review of Act 8920 to ensure that the proposed use aligns with the legislative intent and the legal requirements governing the settlement. What does that mean?
Based on my work, Clarina Modesta Elliott, Executive Assistant Commissioner, Department of Finance. Based on my understanding, it seems that the bill kind of itemized what we can use the fundings for, and we can use it for renovating Seaview, which is a nursing home, but it didn't specify actually building 2 new nursing homes.
Okay, so I realize that there is a misunderstanding from the Department of Finance end. So let me just break it out for you. So there's $105,450,000 in the settlement agreement. Of that 105, my colleague, my Savanero colleague, who's bringing this bill before us today, he set aside $20 million. That's not included in bill number 8920. There's no conversation, so there's no legislative intent that's tied to this conversation that we're having today. Follow me? Then there was also $450,000 for the reclaiming of the shoreline at the Epstein Island. Okay? Then there was $17.3 million that was tied to the attorney fees, which were paid. So that left an available balance of $67,650,294.70, and that's what we appropriated in bill number 8920. In Act 8920. But this $20 million that we're talking about today has nothing to do with the
8920.
The act. You see what I'm saying? So if you look, you said it. You said we confirm that we are to expect a total of $23 million as a remaining balance. So that's what he tried to use. You understand? The remaining balance. That's what is going on. Just for clarity, because I realize that you all are thinking that the measure that we pass, because I think we set aside $4 million for the upfitting of Seaview. Because when we spoke to the governor about it, he said they may need money for the beds and the furniture, etc. So that's what that $4 million is for.
Understood.
Commissioner George?
Senator Senator Gregory, the money for the $4 million came from the St. Croix Settlement Fund, not the APRA fund.
Correct. Correct. You're correct. Exactly. Yes, it did. It did. So, you follow me? So the 20 million is based on your very testimony. There's $20 million. And this is interest and different things that has occurred since then. So that's why it's coming up to 23. Okay? Just making sure we're on the same page. Senator DeGraff, just wanted to make sure that we break it out so we could all understand what's happening here. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized as the sponsor for your 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. You know, in listening, I think, you know, as I get older, the type of person my parents made me is to listen and try to find the higher ground. Just remove Dwayne DeGraff from anywhere this bill. Forget Dwayne DeGraff. Okay, let's forget Dwayne DeGraff. Let's try to envision having the $20 million and doing something for our senior population, period. Okay, this is going to be Senator Joe Blow. So I asked Housing to come because what was told to me was look for low-income subsidy to be as a seed money, actually, toward trying to get a partnership to build. And why it was explained to me that if I retired making $17,000 and I qualify for the low-income subsidy, if I put in $10 million into it, it may help for somebody who retired making $25,000 to get in. Because you add some seed money, you could broaden the horizon a little bit. That was why I asked Housing for that part. I asked Human Services because in discussion with my colleagues, Mr. President brought an idea that, well, then maybe we could take the $10 million for the St. Croix and add on a wing to Herbert Gregg now and get in some people now, money up front, that we could do it. That's that intent. Madam Chair gave me the idea in regards to the $10 million also on the St. Thomas side. Check with GERS. They have properties that we could start that $10 million to put down, public-private partnerships, get something done. These were the great ideas that my colleagues gave me. That's why I just left the bill bare so we could just get the $20 million and then we sit down now and have everybody have a say, have an input so we could get this done. But to hear some of the things I heard in the testimonies.
1 minute.
Like the young generation said that I said earlier, the math ain't matting. And I ain't gonna never be disrespectful to anybody, but if I donate $10 million to Human Services or anybody, and they tell me, well, I don't want your $10 million because you ain't provide for how we gonna do this and do that. I'm giving you $10 million, you do what you want with it. That's how I look at it. So I just ask, just remove the graph name.
30 seconds.
This is Senator Joe Blow. He from Savannah too, but we try and get his hair done. And Madam Chair, thank you very much for what you provided. And we are seeing that the $20 million is there. In your testimony, Assistant Commissioner Elliott, you did say there was a balance of $23 million. So the 20 million is there, and it's for conversation for maybe with the federal monies that are allocated for Herbert Gregg and Queen Louise, if I may wrap up, Madam Chair. You maybe have to go through hoops and bounds. We have this money here that is in the Treasury waiting to be spent, and we're just trying to allocate it toward getting something done. And that's my only intent. Like I say, Senator Joe Blow from Savannah is the person dealing with it. So let's don't get caught up in politics. Let's look at the big picture. And we all move forward. The money is there. That's the intent. That's some of the great ideas that came from my colleagues and so I'm just asking for my colleagues' support. Again, Senator Joe Blow from Savannah, if we could get this move, get it done, and get his egg rolling, Thank you to my colleague, Madam Chair, for putting it on and your last thing. I ain't want to cause no rugadoo, but again, thank you for what you have done for the people of the Virgin Islands. Continue to do great things. I highly appreciate you. Mr. President, thank you again for your idea. But we can move this money. Let's get it done. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Senator DeGraff. We didn't get into the weeds of the fact that the $10 million is designated is for the design and construction of a nursing home in the island of St. Croix, and $10 million for the design and construction of a nursing home in St. Thomas. As we said previously, and I think I kind of heard that resounding in the conversation, that this bill requires some collaboration with the Department of Human Services, the executive branch overall, so we could determine what's the best use of the funding for the nursing home. I think all of us agree that it is very necessary, but I think that based on what we have in front of us, and we have Public Works being the responsible party, we know that that is in fact not the case. So I guess at the appropriate time, we will make a decision as to how the way forward is with this measure. So what I'm going to do right now is ask the testifiers to do a 30-second close. We will make a decision on this measure a little later on today. So we're going to start with, who was the first testifier? Mrs. Modeste Elliott. You may proceed, 30 seconds.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the 35th Legislature for the opportunity to testify on the bill to associate $20 million to build senior homes on St. Thomas and St. Croix. I would like to commend the bill's sponsor. We will definitely reach out to Department of Justice and obtain the details of the associated fees, and we'll advise the legislature once we receive the pending balance of $23 million. Again, thank you.
Commissioner George.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the bill, and I look forward to the collaboration and continued communication in this matter. And I just want to wish the people of this community season's greetings and safe and happy celebration on the island of St. Croix. And I also want to wish my staff the same and thank them for all they do. And God blessings to all.
All right, and Mr. Alexander.
Thank you, Senator. I want to thank all the senators for allowing me to testify today. But I would just put out there, from where we sit, the Housing Authority, we house many seniors throughout the communities. And one of the key points is that we do not provide any housing other than independent living. So because we provide independent living, we have some senior living facilities. We firsthand watch every single day seniors who need some medical attention, and a nursing home will add to what we already do. We just don't have those additional services. So our vision is a little bit different than most of my colleagues, and I respect their opinion. But from where we sit with the independent housing, 60% of the people that we serve need some additional services in terms of nursing services. So we are a big advocate for that. Again, I want to thank you all for allowing me to share my testimony. I hope you all have a nice holiday coming soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me just ask you one question as you talked about what you said in your closing. What's the status of Lucinda Millen Home?
We are working on that in terms of, and I'm sure that this question was going to pop up. We are working on that. We have a lot of facilities in our queue.
When are we going to see? Because you made a passionate plea for this. When are we going to see the rebuilding of Lucinda Millen Home?
2025.
2025.
Yes.
So you have identified the location to place the residents that are there now?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
You hear what he said?
Yes.
2025.
Yes.
Are you hearing it?
Yes.
Yeah, can you make a passionate plea and you put yourself
Yes,
in?
we are adamant. We are
All right.
looking to develop 22 Senior, which is the first part of 2025. And once we get that, we have more units to be able to relocate the families from, individuals from Lucinda Miller, and to get that project underway.
Okay. All right. So because that's been going on as long as I've been a senator, by the way.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm glad that you said what you said in your closing, so I could remember that. Anyway, we're going to close this part of the meeting, and we will vote at the appropriate time. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is in recess for 10 minutes.
to get the jitters. Don't drink all the guava berry. You better take some for me. Back the head with rouge and bitters. Don't drink all the guava berry. Take some for me. Pack up the guts with food and bitters. La 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 la. Don't drink all the tart and mabby. Save some for me. Pack up the guts with food and bitters. La 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 la. I said to pack the head with rouge and bitters. La 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 la. Take the season to get the jitters. La 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 la. Don't drink all the guava berry. Save some for me. Pack up the guts with food and bitters. La 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 la.
The committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read block number 3 into the record?
Block 3, Bill number 350423, an act approving the Fifth Amendment to lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Coral World VI, Inc. to extend the lease term, provide for additional rent, and incorporate 2 surveys reflecting the metes and bounds description of the leased premises, proposed by Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr. on behalf of the Governor. Invited testifiers are Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. Honorable Jean-Pierre Earle, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. And Ms. Gertrude Pryor, President, Coral World VI, Inc. Bill number 350414, an act approving the lease agreement between the Governor of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Submarine Base Warehouse, LLC, for parcel numbers 12, 12A, and 145, Consolidated Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for the purpose of bulk storage, establishing a slate of subtenants on the premises, parking, and other permitted purposes, proposed by Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr. on behalf of the Governor. Invited testifiers are Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement, and Enrique Rodriguez, Managing Member, Submarine Base Warehouse, LLC. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Letter dated December 13th, 2024, the Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Senator, 35th Legislature of the VI, Chair, Committee of the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, Capitol Building, Charlotte, St. Thomas, VI. Dear Committee Chair Fred Gregory, due to scheduling conflicts, the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement respectfully asks to be excused from testifying this morning before the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. The Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement supports the Fifth Amendment to the lease agreement between the Government of the U.S. Virgin Islands and Coral World VI, Inc. for the St. Thomas St. John District, which is currently before this committee for consideration. This Fifth Amendment to the lease agreement requires legislative approval in accordance with 31 VI Code, Section 205C. This amendment to the lease agreement shall take effect upon its approval by the Governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands and ratification by the 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The development and use of the fast land, coupled with the development, occupancy, and use of the submerged land under the lease, shall be subject to the terms and conditions of all current and future permits issued by the Division of Coastal Zone Management within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, DPNR, as pursuant to Chapter 21 of Title 12 Virgin Islands Code, may be amended from time to time. This Fifth Amendment to the lease agreement seeks to provide Coral World with more options relative to its occupancy of the fast and submerged lands located in and adjacent to Parcel C, Parcel D1, and Parcel D2, Estate Cokey Point, Number 4A, Eastern Quarter, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. It will assist this long-standing, locally owned business to expand and improve its operations, therefore contributing significantly to the long-term stability and of the Virgin Islands economy. The properties will all be returned to the government at the end of the respective lease term in further improved condition. The Department of Property and Procurement, as custodian of all government-owned properties, supports the mutually beneficial partnership and agreement with this tenant, which further unlocks the value of this government-owned property. DPP respectfully requests that the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance vote in favor of this Fifth Amendment. Respectfully, Lisa M. Alejandro, Commissioner. Yes. Go ahead. Good afternoon, Senator Fred Gregory. On behalf of the Department of Property and Procurement and Commissioner Alejandro, I hereby respectfully request that the proposed lease agreement between the government and Submarine Base Warehouse, LLC, be removed from today's agenda. DPP in the coming days will address a concern raised in the last couple days. Pardon any confusion, it was unintentional. Respectfully, Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner. This ends the correspondence for today's agenda.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Let me take this opportunity to recognize thank you, Madam Clerk, and let me take this opportunity to recognize the presence of Senator Javon James, Senior Committee Member. Please mark Senator James as present. Okay, so do I hear a motion? Senator Francis Jr., recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. And Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0414, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Submarine Base Warehouse, LLC, for parcels number 12, 12A, and 145, Consolidated Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for the purpose of bulk storage, establishing a slate of subtenants on the premises, parking, and other permitted purposes be removed from today's agenda. I so move.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. Bill number 35-0414 has been moved by Senator Novalee Francis Jr. to be removed from today's agenda, seconded by Senator Javon James, Senator Samuel Carrion. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Let me also take this opportunity to recognize the presence of committee member, Senator Samuel Carrion. Good afternoon, Senator Carrion. All right, so we're prepared to move forward with let me see what bill it is. Bill number 35-043423. And we see that the testifiers are here and ready to testify on this measure. I'm going to ask the testifiers to please put their names and titles on the record. And we're going to start from my right, your left. So we're going to start with Mr. Pryor.
Cornelius Pryor. I am the owner of Coral
One
World.
second. Please recognize the mics of the testifiers. One more time.
Cornelius Pryor, owner of Coral World.
Gertrude Pryor, President and General Manager of Coral World.
Okay, one more time.
Gertrude Pryor, President and General Manager of Coral World.
George Dudley, partner in the law firm of Dudley Newman Fierzig, and I'm counsel to Coral World.
Okay.
Marlon Hibbert, Director, Division of Coastal Zone Management, DPNR.
Thank you. And we're going to ask who speaks to this measure? Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Bill number 35-0414 is an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, that'll be Bill number 35-0423, an act approving the Fifth Amendment of the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Coral World VI, Inc. to extend the lease term, provide for additional rent, and incorporate two surveys reflecting the metes and bounds of description of the lease premises. This proposed measure is being offered at the request of Albert Brand Jr., Governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The agreement would extend the current lease term for Coral World VI from its current expiration of 2036 to 2056, with two renewal options of 10-year terms. This lease provides an annual audit which potentially validate the percentage of annual gross profit that will be paid to the government of the Virgin Islands in rent. The extension of this lease ultimately ensures the longevity of a St. Thomas landmark and tourist attraction. I ask for my colleagues' support at the end of the presentation of this request. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. So we're going to now hear from the testifiers. We're going to start with the government. Mr. Hebert, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon. Good day, Chair Fred Gregory, other members of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and
I think we're having a
Finance.
hard time hearing you. Try the other mic. Pull that one that way. Yeah, let's see if that works better for you.
Hello?
Yes.
Pepper? I'll begin. Good day, Chair Fred Gregory, other members of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, non-committee members and legislative staff present, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Marlon Hibbert. I am the Director for the Division of Coastal Zone Management. I am representing Commissioner Jean-Pierre Auriol, who apologizes for his absence as he's in transit on a previously scheduled trip. We are here today to provide support for the Fifth Amendment to the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Coral World, Inc. On February 12, 1971, the GVI executed a lease with Oceans Environment VI, Inc. for a total of 8.2 acres, more or less, approximately 4.2 acres of which are submerged lands. The initial term of the lease was 30 years from the date of commencement, with one additional 10-year extension and 4 additional 5-year terms each. Base rent under the lease began at $10,000 per year, adjusted by 10% every 5 years. Additional rent is 1% of the gross revenue of the operation of the facility. In March 1976, the lease was assigned to Coral World VI, Inc., who is the present holder of the lease today. The present owners, Neil and Gertrude Pryor, purchased the business and became the leaseholders in 1997. Aside from exercising the extension clauses on the lease, one amendment came in 2012 relating to the development of the Dolphin area on the southern side of the Cokey Point Peninsula. Coral World requested and was approved to substitute a portion of its leased area for a larger area on the south to accommodate the dolphin enclosure. In February 1977, Submerged Lands Permit number 177 was issued to Coral World to construct an aquatic observatory, which began the development of what is today the Coral World Ocean Park. Over the years, there has been several major coastal zone management permits issued to Coral World. CZT 5-97L for the renovation of the property after Hurricane Marilyn. CZT 1-09L for the development of the Sea Lion holding area, and CZT 2-12 Land and Water for the Dolphin exhibit, all of which are in compliance with the provisions of Title 12, Chapter 21, better known as the CZM Act. For any permits authorizing in-water work, the lease agreement is referred as the lease, continues to be in good standing, and development activities are consistent with the use of the submerged land area authorized by the lease. Today, DPNR receives a base payment of $23,579.40 in rent, and over the last 3 calendar years, we have received an average of $60,000 in additional rent. Prior to the storms of 2017, we received an average of $30,000 in additional rent. But since 2022, that number has doubled. We note that for 2024, this was our first normal summer since the end of the pandemic, and we are not anticipating the levels of 2022 and 2023. We must admit that it is out of the ordinary to be before this body requesting the approval for an action on a lease, not a permit. However, Coral Coral World was issued a lease before it was ever issued a permit, and pursuant to Title 12 Virgin Islands Code, Section 905F, has a vested right. Coral World has requested an amendment on the lease to increase the term by an additional 40 years. This is necessary to attract additional investment opportunities or qualify for any financing options. We expect that this will result in investment into the park, and when the park does well, so too does the GVI. Coral World has been a good partner for the department, for the territory, and for the environment. For the department, Coral World has assisted us with many outreach initiatives, promoting our natural resources, and they are also one of our main partners in our efforts to combat coral diseases and restoration efforts. Recently, Coral World has started the Coral World Ocean and Reef Initiative, providing research and support aimed at restoration and protection of coral reefs in the territory. Additionally, Coral World has hosted rescues of endangered coral species after disturbance events. Coral World is also a major contributor to our tourism product, offering visitors recreational opportunities, enjoying our natural resources, and they also open their doors to our youth, hosting school groups and teaching them about our natural environment. Coral World has also assisted in rescuing injured animals, responding to and rehabilitating injured sea turtles and other animals that may be in distress. For all the above reasons, and that they are in good standing with the department, we are here to support the amendment of the lease agreement between the GVI and Coral World VI Inc. This concludes our testimony, and we are here to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have testimony from Attorney Dudley? You may proceed. Okay.
The Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, other members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance.
We have some feedback. I believe the mic that's right next to you is on. Try it again.
Okay. Third time.
One more time.
The Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Okay, they turn it off. One more time. What's the issue? Come, he said, you gotta come a little closer to the desk. To the mic. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, perfect.
The Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, other members of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of the 35th Legislature, other members of the 35th Legislature in attendance at this hearing, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is George H.T. Dudley. I am a partner in the law firm of Dudley, Newman, Fierzig, LLP, and we are counsel to Coral World VI, Inc. I am accompanied today by Neil Pryor, the owner of Coral World, and Trudy Pryor, the president and general manager of Coral World. We appear today on behalf of Coral World with respect to the legislature's consideration of the recommendation by Governor Albert Bryan, Jr. that the Fifth Amendment to the lease between the VI government and Coral World be ratified by the 35th Legislature. For more than 50 years, Coral World has been a part of the landscape of the Virgin Islands tourism economy and was acquired by Neil Pryor in 1997 following the severe damage to the facility caused by Hurricane Marilyn in 1995. The marine park was rebuilt at a cost of approximately $9 million before reopening in 1998. Over the years, the Pryors have continued to enhance the facility. The park opened its new Dolphin Education Center and Dolphin Habitat at a cost of $20 million, bringing their total investment to over $50 million. Over time, Coral World's contributions to the Virgin Islands have increased in importance and evolved beyond tourism to become an important resource for marine, biological, ecological, and environmental education for the children attending Virgin Islands schools. Coral World provides free admission to Virgin Islands school groups from preschool through college. In 2019, the Priors established Coral World Ocean and Reef Initiative, a Virgin Islands nonprofit to continue Coral World's partnership with the University of the Virgin Islands through collaboration on coral restoration and by offering internships to UVI students pursuing marine-related college degrees. Coral World Ocean and Reef Initiative uses Coral World as a base for its operations. In addition to receiving major federal grants from the National Park Service and NOAA in support of coral restoration, Coral World Ocean and Reef Initiative will be engaged in a multi-year sub-grant from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to pursue coral conservation, sargassum research, marine animal rehabilitation, and other marine conservation endeavors. Again, using Coral World as the base for its work. Coral World has 80 full-time employees, and if you include only Coral World's payroll and direct spend with local vendors and suppliers, based on its annual report filed with the Virgin Islands Economic Development Commission, Coral World has a direct beneficial impact on the local economy of approximately $5.2 million annually. Coral World's expanded positive impact in the territory and on its youth, residents, and visitors has been the result of a concerted effort by Trudy and Neil, who for the last 27 years have guided the enterprise and overseen the expansion of Coral World's contributions to the territory's economic and environmental well-being. Now, as the Priors approach retirement, they have decided that the responsible next step for them is to sell Coral World to an experienced operator that shares their vision for Coral World to continue to be an attractive destination for VI tourism and for it to continue contributing to the educational, economic, and environmental well-being of the territory. In order to attract a qualified buyer for the enterprise, Coral World needs to have its lease extended to a term that makes Coral World an attractive investment opportunity for a responsible operator-purchaser. I am pleased and grateful that Governor Bryan and his commissioners of the Departments of Planning and Natural Resources and Property and Procurement share the vision held by the Priors and accordingly have negotiated the Fifth Amendment to the lease that is before the Legislature for ratification. I also wish to note specifically that under the terms of the Fifth Amendment, the amended lease benefits the VI government directly in two ways. First, the annual rent paid by Coral World in the future will be based on a combination of a percentage of gross revenue as well as a percentage of gross profit achieved by the business. Second, the lease continues Coral World's commitment to educational programs for local students, and not to be overlooked is the fact that Coral World will continue to be a significant component of the territory's tourism infrastructure. In conclusion, the Priors and I are prepared to answer any questions you may have with respect to the Fifth Amendment of the lease. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, colleagues. This particular measure is, I think it's non-controversial. It's very straightforward, and we know of the contributions that Coral World makes to the, not only the St. Thomas St. John district, but to the territory overall. So we are going to go to a 2-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Novalee Francis Jr. I'm sorry, the bill sponsor. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. I can pass you and go to Senator Blyden, and I'll come back. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. You go ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. To the testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimony. This bill is a no-brainer. We know what Coral World means to our territory as a whole. It's a staple in the community, as a matter of fact. And as Attorney Dudley stated, in terms of the educational, economical, and environmental, what they do and what they mean to us in the territory. Once any visitors come here, many of them know about Coral World, you know, and once you go to Cookie Point Beach also, it's it basically speaks to when you hear Cookie Point, you hear Coralwell. When you hear Coralwell, you hear Cookie Point. So it's a staple. It's a well-known place in the territory, and what it does in terms of the contributions to our people here is very important also. You said 80 employees. They employ 80 individuals?
Yes.
Let me ask the principals of Coralwell. How long, what was your vision, as a matter of fact, when you decided to do Coralwell? How did it come about? Let me hear that part of it. It was quite an accident, really?
There was actually a general manager who, if you recall, when the Israelis
1 minute.
owned it, they would send an Israeli to manage the property for a couple of years, and then they changed. And in 1995, that ended with the hurricane. We happened to encounter a former general manager in 1996 who had a business plan to resurrect Coral World in his briefcase. And unbeknownst to me at the moment, my husband
30 seconds.
became intrigued by that. And so that was how we got involved.
Wow, imagine that. It was meant to be.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, we appreciate Coralwell and what it means to us in the territory. And I also was happy to see the dolphinarium added to it. That's a very good piece that you added to it. It's different. We needed that in the territory because it also helps with our tourism structure. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And like I say,
Time.
I vote yes. It's not an issue for me. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers.
Good afternoon.
Coral World, this is an easy one. This is a yes. We all know the impact, the tourism impact that Coral has in the community and also the locals. We go out there, just maybe about 2 months ago, I was out there to a birthday party. So, it supports the community. It's a good thing. These two, the lease from 2036 to 2056 is good. Coral World is a good community business, and we definitely appreciate that you're continuing the operations. Hearing the testimony on all that happened and all the investment. This is an easy one. This is a yes. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I vote yes also. When I see Ms. Gertrude Pryor name, I've always known you to be a strong business person, very straightforward. I've known you over the years and hear you speak, and it's a plus. And the standard that you've set for Coral World, now that you're planning retirement and you're selling the property, are you going to put certain parameters in your sale that they upkeep going forward what you have, your investments and, going forward? Because what you mean to the community is an asset. So we don't want somebody to come in and then decide they're going a totally different direction. Is that kind of conversation being looked at?
Well, frankly, we don't have a buyer lined up.
Okay.
This is something, something for the future, recognizing that once we start reaching out, we have to be able to say, yes, you've got another 40 years on the lease. So it's anticipatory.
Okay.
We are committed to what Coral World is and what it can grow to be even further. I've had a passion for it for 27 years. And it's very important to us that its future is protected. So obviously we want someone
1 minute.
who has the wherewithal. And we also want someone who has the same vision. And we don't know whether the entity will be for-profit, nonprofit, but I assure you we will be looking for a very good candidate.
Okay, when they say you're going to retire,
30 seconds.
You come to the Virgin Islands. So I hope that when you go into retirement, you stay here in the Virgin Islands. You know, we're a beautiful territory, and you have helped to make us, you know, your entity and yourself has helped to make us, you know, the beautiful destination that we are. So enjoy your retirement.
Time.
When that time comes, happy holidays to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Javon James Sr., you're recognized for your 2 minutes. Please recognize the mic of Senator James Sr.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I stand in full support of Bill number 35-0423. Coral World is our seawall. Right here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And I definitely stand in full support of this measure. But moving forward from the question and looking into the future, and if you're doing it already, just elaborate and just place it on the record. As far as collaborations with other organizations and nonprofits, whether it's the federal government to receive funding to protect our marine life, and not just that, but to work with the University of the Virgin Islands when it comes to several projects. Can you just list any, if you have any?
Well, as was mentioned earlier, in 2019, we initiated the nonprofit Coral World Ocean and Reef Initiative, primarily so that we could obtain grants, because as a for-profit,
1 minute,
Coral World was unable to do so. With those grants, a major one from the National Park Service, we have been able to do significant restoration work in the national park of corals. So our reach gets to St. John. We get beyond St. Thomas. We have another grant right now that is designated primarily for restoring the reefs around Coki Beach. And
30 seconds.
We've been rehabbing turtles for a very long time with the Division of Fish and Wildlife, which often calls us to take on the rehab. So we work with the university, we work with federal agencies, and we work with DPNR, and we work with the schools. We have several thousand school children come through every year. We're enhancing our education programs. As I speak here, we have now a designated education and outreach staff person who will improve what we offer to the children when they come to visit.
Time.
That's all I really wanted to hear from you, to make sure that you have those things in motion and to make sure that there's some level of continuity for our youth and the University of the Virgin Islands as far as collaboration. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time, and I'm willing to vote yes as we speak.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon to you, Madam Chair, to my colleagues, the testifiers that are here present, and our viewing and listening audience. This too, for me, is also a non-brainer, and I'll be voting in affirmative. I had the opportunity to visit Coral many times and see the work that you guys have done, and also very impressed with the expansion over the years, the quality of the product that you guys provide for our local community and for those visiting. But also, I'm very pleased to hear about the educational component, the partnership that the organization has been getting into with other organizations, and how you have also opened the doors with regards to our schools and our children. It's important that our kids are able to be exposed. We really need more individuals to enter into the field of marine biology. And I know that by visiting Coral will really inspire a lot of our children to understand that there are careers in other areas that they can also tap into. So thank you so much for the work that you have done. I do have a question. Is there something currently that you would like to see different within Coral World or within your relationship with our government entities in the territory?
I think right now my main concern is the situation at Coki Beach. Traffic there congestion, parking. It's out of control. And we have struggled for a very long time with trying to protect our parking lot for our guests, our visitors. It's
1 minute.
Bone of contention. The road, thank you, Senator Blyden, years ago, you made a difference on a large section of the road. But before and after that section, it's falling apart again. So a closer look at, and I think it would be DPNR's responsibility. It's sports parks and recreation, but the permitting process goes through DPNR. And that area really needs a very close look by the government from a lot of different perspectives.
Okay.
30 seconds.
From what you've seen currently and some of the issues that you have mentioned, and I'm sure there's others that you have not, you've been reaching out to some of the government agencies. How is that collaboration happening? And what would be the immediate need that you would like to see corrected as soon as possible?
Well, I think Commissioner White could probably step up and take a closer look at the supervision that is taking place out there.
Time.
And the taxi service that's kind of running the show there.
Okay. So a little bit more structure and organization is what you're saying from the government perspective in regards to permitting and access and so forth. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. And I'm pretty sure they're listening, and we hope that we could get some movement in that area because, of course, you guys provide a beautiful location, great educational. We know it's a tourist destination, and we have to protect that because you guys become an icon also for the territory. Thank you very much, and all the best. And I'll be voting in affirmative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Let me ask, because I think a lot of times, businesses that support our community don't ever get a chance to say some of what they do. And I know, and I'm just going to take the liberty and say Trudy. I know that, Trudy, you have supported our young people in tremendous ways. And I would like for you to share with us very quickly some of what you've done at Coral with young Virgin Islanders.
Well, the fact that we have so many school children coming through with their teachers, hopefully being inspired, learning a little bit along the way. I'm always grateful when I learn that the teachers have actually taken some of it back to the classroom so that it's not just a day out, which I think is important. We have, over the years, had multiple interns coming from UVI, high school students. We recently had a couple of young men from through the Jobs for America's Graduates Program, and they actually learned how to dive, which is an amazing thing because if I have one great disappointment, it's that we cannot attract enough young people from here to go into the positions that involve getting in the water, diving, working with large animals. So we have the opportunities there, and we do get interns, there's no question that we do, but my hope is that over time we will see more and more young people coming into these positions. So for me, I think it's the giving the young people here the exposure and the opportunity, if they will only take it, to become involved in whether it's training a sea lion or a dolphin or learning how to frag a coral and restore it to the environment. I think those are the sorts of things that have given me the most pleasure.
Thank you for that. Senator Francis Jr., sponsor of the measure, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for all my colleagues in supporting this piece of legislation. And again, Coral World mean the world to us. And obviously, the issues that have been brought to our attention and time again, I've had the opportunity for over 20 years when I served with the police department in attempting to address that complex issue in terms of traffic and criminal activities in that particular area. And of course, it's complex because you have one way in, one way out. You have two competing beaches. You have Cookie Point as well as Coral Bay. It becomes a tourist attraction site for both the cruise ships as well as the local visitors. So on any given day, you have hundreds and thousands of people that could be there at the beach at times. So it really presents some challenges there. I think maybe perhaps it's time for the Sports Park and Recreation, the Virgin Islands Police Department, DPNR, to all converge into that area once again. And we have done it before, and really just coming up with some ideas of how to be able to address that particular situation, because it's in fact a tourist attraction area, and we don't want any fallout that will be able to impact the Coral World or Cookie Point at any given time we have seen in the past. So certainly I believe that we need to continue to work to make sure that we're bringing all of the necessary entities together to minimize any fallouts from that particular area. But I think it's a win-win situation. When we look at the government being able to benefit from gross revenues, gross profits, 80 employees, full-time employees there, it's really a win-win situation. I know a few years ago you had done the Dolphins Habitat and Education Center. Any plans for any new mammals, any new animals in that area?
Well, I think right now we are in the process of doing major renovations. So as you can imagine, concrete that is exposed to salt water both on the inside and the outside takes a beating. And so we're doing some major reconstruction of the Undersea Observatory.
Yes.
30 seconds.
The Caribbean Reef Encounter is going to need a great deal of work, and we have some ideas about making it a little bit more exciting, maybe. And then we have sea lions that probably will need a new home in the not too distant future. So those are three of the major projects we have underway.
Earle. Again, thank you for what you do and continue to do. I know that not only benefit tourists or individuals coming from the St. Thomas and John district, but as well as St. Croix. I know a number of students come over from St. Croix to visit Coral World and really get the exposure of marine biology and everything else that go on there. So thank you for all that you and Neil have done, again, for the Virgin Islands.
Thank you.
And I'm sure that we'll be moving this measure and making sure that you're able to position yourself for better investment moving forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Senator Francis Jr., recognized for your motion.
Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that bill number 35-0423, an act approving the Fifth Amendment to lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Coral World VI Inc. to extend the lease term, provide for additional rent, and incorporate two surveys reflecting the meets and bounds description of the lease agreement be approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and sent to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Second. I actually said second. Bill number 35-0423 has been properly moved by Senator Novalee Francis Jr., seconded by Senator Javon James, Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Marvin Blyden, and Senator Ray Fonseca. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Madam Chair, 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0423, an act approving the Fifth Amendment to lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Coral World VI, Inc. to extend the lease term, provide for additional rent, and incorporate two surveys reflecting the meets and bounds description of the leased premises has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. All right. We'll give the, I'm not certain who wants to speak on behalf of the bill number 35, that's 0423, but we'll give you a 30-second close.
I guess I'll take the mic.
Okay.
I just want to say thank you very much for your kind words, the appreciation that you have shown for the work that we have done, the enormous investment financially that my husband has made, and the years of passionate leadership that I have given to Coral World, and my staff thanks you as well.
Thank you. How long have y'all been married?
We've been married 31 years.
Yeah, I see why, because you said the enormous investment my husband has made. Yes, 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 absolutely. Well, thank you. And we have one more action to take place before we end today, but we're going to take a quick recess to allow you. And of course, I forgot that we have the government here. So, Mr. Hebert, 30-second close.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you always for your support when we come to this body, and I would be remiss if I did not add to your deserved accolades. I have two words, astuteness and candor, which have always been admired by myself and I suppose our department. So I do wish you, in the words of mariners, fair winds and following seas on your next adventure. And thank you for your service to the people of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you so much. And to think that I would have missed this. Thank you so much. And of course, Attorney Dudley, we would be remiss if we did not let you close as well.
All I can say is thank you very much for this afternoon. As I said when we started, when I spend less time in the well working than more time in the audience observing, I've had a successful day.
Absolutely.
Thank you very
That's
much
what's
to
up.
all of you.
Yes. So, and of course, my good friend, Neil.
I have enjoyed watching what Trudy has done to Coral World coming back after Hurricane Marilyn. And it has been my joy to see so many of my neighbors all over the place come to Coral World and enjoy it. I share with Trudy a desire for more of the youth here to get interested in sea life and marine activities in general. But this is a start, and I think she has done a beautiful job. And I want to thank all of you today for recognizing her work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I almost want to clap. Yes, yes, thank you. All right, we're going to take a quick recess, and then we're going to resume very quickly so we could dispose of the last matter on today's agenda. Committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The committee is back on the record. Do I hear a motion? Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. I move Bill number 35-0108, an act appropriating $20 million from the settlement agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and the estate of Jeffrey E. Epstein, Darren K. Indike, in his individual capacity and in his capacity as co-executor for the estate of Jeffrey Epstein and administrator of the 1953 Trust, Richard D. Kahn in his individual capacity and in his capacity as co-executor of the estate of Jeffrey Epstein and administrator of the 1953 Trust. The 1953 Trust, Plan D, LLC, Great St. James, LLC, Nautilus, Inc., Hyperion, Air, LLC, Popular, Inc., Southern Trust Company, Inc., Maple, Inc., and Laurel, Inc., collectively defendants, to the Department of Public Works for the design and construction of the nursing home on St. Croix and a nursing home on St. Thomas, be favorably voted on in this committee and forwarded to the floor for final consideration and vetting. I so move.
Bill number 35-0108 has been properly moved by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Ray Fonseca. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yay. Senator Blyden? Yay. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion? Yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff? Yay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yay. Senator Fonseca? Yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.? Yay. Senator Francis Jr.? Yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory? Yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Yes. Senator James Sr.? Yay. Madam Chair, 7 yay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0108 has been an act appropriating $20 million from the settlement agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and the estate of Jeffrey E. Epstein, Darren K. Ayindi, in his individual capacity and in his capacity as the co-executor of the estate of Jeffrey E. Epstein and administrator of the 1953 Trust, Richard D. Kahn, and in his individual capacity and in his capacity as co-executor of the estate of Jeffrey E. Epstein and administrator of the 1953 Trust. The 1953 Trust, Plan D, LLC, Great St. Jim, LLC, Nautilus, Inc., Hyperon Air, LLC, Popular, Inc., Southern Trust Company, Inc., Maple, Inc., and Laurel, Inc., collectively defendants to the Department of Public Works for the design and construction of a nursing home on St. Croix and a nursing home on St. Thomas, has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the floor for favorable consideration and action. Senator DeGraff, you recognize your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. And again, best of wishes and everything for you in the future. We are moving Bill number 35-0108 forward. In its present state, how it is written, we are due an amendment in the nature of a substitute where we look to make those monies available for assisting with the assisted living in the territory and for our nursing home, the St. Thomas, St. John, and the St. Croix district. And so we make that adjustment. We get with Human Services, and the great information was put out today that we can also have access. We are locking this money down, and we have access going forward to utilize it for the senior population in this territory. And it was under the collaboration with my colleagues in the Finance Committee. So again, thank you to my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. And again, thank you to all the staff for all the work that we've done in the last 2 years. and happy holidays. We do have another session next week. The work ain't done yet. I don't send me home already. So the work isn't done yet. So we have more work to do. So I'm certain that I will see each of you next week. If we have no further matters, no other matters of discussion, the Committee on Budget Appropriations meeting of today is hereby adjourned.